Okay, welcome to the December 19th Planning Board meeting. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty,
I am here.
Jim Bergeron,
Here.
Roger Montbleu,
Roger's not going to be here tonight.
Danielle Massey Quinn here, Joe Passamonte,
Here.
Bruce Balapka,
Here.
Kevin Cody,
Here.
Jay Bergeron, not here, Patty Colbert,
Here.
Hal Lyde,
Here.
Samuel Thomas,
Here.
John Spottiswoode,
Here.
Scott Sartell,
Here.
Jen Beauregard, and Jennifer Castles.
Okay, you want to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, we're going to review the minutes first. Hal, you're going to, I'm going to appoint you in place of Roger for the minutes and for the first case. Does anybody have any changes, additions to the minutes?
I do.
Okay.
Jim.
These are the December 5th minutes. Go ahead, Bruce.
Between lines 647 and 648, it says, Gail said it's a public road. Mr. Doherty said it would not come here then. I just want to add that Wokel Circle is a public and a private road, if nobody has a problem with doing that. I'd like to add in that it's also a private road.
Are there any other corrections or additions to the minutes that anybody has? If not, I would entertain a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
Make a motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
That's a motion to approve the minutes.
I made that motion already.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? All right, that would be a 7-0 vote. Minutes are approved. We're going to move on to the second item. Hal, you're also going to be voting on this one. And this is PL 2022-00034. This is Michael Taylor. It's 32 Leonard Drive, and he's seeking approval of a site plan for a ground-mounted solar array consisting of 20 modules in 2 rows, measuring 2 by 6 each for a total of 400 square feet. And is there anybody here representing this applicant? I am hearing no response. We've already read the abutters into the record on the last meeting, and the applicant was supposed to be here for this meeting. All right. You didn't hear from him, Jen? No? All right, well, I guess we just table this for the time being, and then really can't even date specify it until we hear from him, so when we do, then let us know. We're going to move on to the next item, which is PL 2022-00031, Cedar Crest Development LLC, applicant Eleanor Burton Revocable Trust. And on this case, I want to appoint Sam. Sam Thomas, you're going to vote on this one? All right, so can you read the abutters list, Danielle? This is...
Well, it's under old business. Did I read the abutters
Is
list?
it? Yeah, but it also says that they've notified abutters for,
Got it.
this is like a 2-part, it's item 3 and 4 combined together. So,
Yep, I'll read them if you like.
yes,
Okay.
could you do that?
Ronald and Karen Joyle, 8 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Joanne and Robert Donovan Jr., 6 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Elizabeth and Francisco Canito, 4 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. John and Michelle Ambrosinini, 217 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Eleanor Burton Revocable Trust, 243 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Charles St. Pierre, 6 Hog Hill Road, Townsend, Massachusetts. Long Pond Family Realty Trust, 13 Jones Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Norman Cease, P.O. Box 372, Pelham, New Hampshire. Donald Booton, 269 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Austin and Marion Burnett, 267 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. First, Spitro Family Revocable Trust, 2 Blackstone Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. Douglas and Elizabeth Tate, 4 Blackstone Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. Edna and Dora Chisel, 8 Chardonnay Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Brenda Burton Revocable Trust, 246 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kurt Miles and Courtney Delone, 7 Chardonnay Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Edward and Marie Keys, 228 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Raymond and Sheila Childs, 222 Sherburne Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Cynthia Francoeur, 13 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Richard Lannon, 1999 Revocable Trust, 11 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jeffrey and Julie Brunel, 9 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Stephen and Joanne Rancourt, 7 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Christopher Carrison, 15 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Scott Anson and Bonnie Kim Noble, 17 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Donald and Patricia Lorio, 19 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Genevieve Regan, 21 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Bronzland Family Revocable Trust, 6 Christina Road, Merrimack, New Hampshire. Nathan and Leanne Bootwell, P.O. Box 224, Pelham, New Hampshire. Keith and Kathleen Regan, 39 Hines Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Richard Dion and Cindy Lou Azunki, 20 McGrath Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Ralph and Ellen Dion Revocable Trust, 12 Logan Road, Nashua, New Hampshire. Riley Family Revocable Trust, 14 Berkeley Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. And then the additional would be Kurt Meisner Corporation, 202 Main Street, Salem, New Hampshire. Luke Hurley, Environmental Services, 8 Continental Drive, Exeter, New Hampshire. And Cedar Crest Development, 25 Buttrick Road, Unit A1, Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. That was...
The whole town again.
Yeah, most of the town,
Jeez.
yeah, seems like it. This is also in conjunction with the case that I read. It's also case PL 2022-00042, and that's a conceptual. It's under the same engineering firm. We're going to hear from the engineering firm. The board is going to ask questions, and at some point, we're going to give the members of the public the opportunity to also ask some questions. And I'd like to limit those questions to differing questions from, so pay attention to who asked questions already before you. And there's going to be probably a lot of questions, so we want to limit it to like 2-3 minutes apiece if we can to keep this rolling, because we have a massive agenda tonight. This is just one thing on our docket. For the record, sir, will you introduce yourself and tell us what you've got
Good
in front of
evening,
us?
Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Kurt Meisner. I'm with Meisner-Brehm Corporation. We are the engineers and designers for the project off of Sherburne Road. The last time we were in here, we came in, we had a 3-lot subdivision proposed on the south side of Sherburne Road on what's known as the Burton land. And during that discussion, one of the board members had asked if we had any inclination of what was going on the north side of the property, and I had related that we did, and we had some preliminary plans. And so I brought those in to the board today so we could probably go over what was the discussion that related around water supply. On the 3 lots, and I guess I'll first state what our hope is for this evening is to walk out of here with an approval on the 3 lots on the south side of the road. That's what we hope to gain. We're here also to discuss and to go over what we are hoping to do on the north side of the property, but we're here to give you information on that, to show you what we are thinking about doing on that, and to show you how that could fit into a further water supply benefit to the citizens of the town of Pelham. So first, I would go over the changes that we did to the plan from the last time we were in here. There was a lot of discussion about a 10-acre parcel on the south end of that property. Could it be done? Was it legal to be done? We decided that we would just eliminate that altogether and incorporate that portion of land into one of the lots. So there's only 3 lots now. The unbuildable property has been removed from the site. The existing well has been located in the field on the first lot along Sherburne Road, and that well radius is shown on there. We do have water supply information on that well. It yields 4.5 gallons a minute, and that is a good producing well. So that right now services the farmhouse, and our intention when we're done is for that to service a new home to be built on that lot separately, and then another well would be drilled on each of the other 2 lots. Because of that, we have rescinded the well waiver that we had originally requested, and we have taken that back. The other additional information that we submitted was for the concept plan across the street. So those were the changes to the plan that we had presented you. And I guess I'll leave it at that for this point in time. Do you have questions on the 3 lots first? We can go there. If you want to go to the other side of the road, I can answer questions over there, but we'd like to try to get those 3 lots taken care of tonight.
Okay, Patty?
I wasn't here last meeting. Are they duplexes or single-family homes?
These are not duplexes. They are shown as single-family homes.
Okay. You don't plan on building a duplex, do you?
We do not plan on building duplexes, no.
Sam?
Yes, the question is, you've got one well that you've established at 4.5 gallons a minute
Correct.
on 109-1, which is the nearest McGrath Road, correct?
I know he doesn't like to do that, but yes.
You just said
Yeah,
that.
that well is on that lot.
And that well is at 4.5 gallons per minute.
Correct.
And, but what about these other 2 lots? You don't know anything about the wells or the...
We have not drilled wells on that. That is our intention, is to drill wells on that.
So each of these properties would have its own well?
Their own separate well, correct.
Okay. And then the concern is the sustainability of these wells long-term, which none of us can sit here and say anything about.
No.
And where is I'm having trouble finding it. Where is the well on lot 109-1? That's existing well,
On
I'm
the
sorry.
topographic.
I see it, yeah, there it is.
Second page of the plan, Sam, on the right?
Did you not find that, or did?
Yeah, I found it, yeah. My glasses aren't strong enough. Okay. And I guess the concern that I would have is, we know the problems we're having across the north side of Sherburne up in Slavin and that particular area. The question is, how do we ensure that the residents that will buy these properties will have the water? I mean, that's the problem we've got throughout this side of Pelham, in the Sherburne area, is that we have people that don't have water. We don't have a major quality problem, we have more of a quantity problem.
So what
And I know you met with the Water Commission. I was not able to attend, but there was some proposals that you were looking at alternatives to supplying water to these particular areas.
Sure.
So could
So-
you enlighten us on those comments, please?
Yeah, sure. So what we're prepared to do, and we would happily stipulate to, is that the town of Pelham has a regulation that states that we have to drill a well and test it before a building permit would be issued. That typically comes after the foundation is installed. We would be happy to stipulate, as a part of the approval, that we would drill the wells and test them before any permit was issued, and that would, other than the well permit, of course. And what that would do is, there'd be no excavation on the site. There would be, the first thing that we would do is drill a well. So, let's say that's the condition of approval. We get that, we'll go out there, drill those 2 wells, test them, prove that they work and that they're good, and then at that point, we could go in and get a foundation permit, and then we could start construction on the property.
Okay, so then the question is, when you tested this well, was this like an 8-hour well test? I mean, typically Skilling's will come out, and if you ask to do a well test, it's typically an 8-hour run where you look for your output and what is your recovery, so...
I will tell you, our company didn't test the well, but we have had that well tested since that meeting by the well company that installs wells for the developer. And, that was their results of that.
And that would be available to us?
We can make that available to you, yes.
And the other 2 lots, where would the wells, can you just give us an approximation of where the other wells would be in proximity to the proposed well?
On the topographic plan, in the center, I'll say sort of in the center of each of the lots.
Okay, I see it.
You can see.
I got my fellow colleague here telling me where it is. Okay, I see it. Okay, but we do not know anything about the condition, or the output of those wells at this point in time.
Okay.
We do not know anything about the output or recovery of these 2 wells, other 2 wells, the new 2 wells. Nothing's been
Yeah,
done.
no, they're not drilled yet.
All right.
Is that Sam, for now? Yeah. All right. At the last meeting, we did not accept this plan for consideration, so to get deep into this plan, we probably ought to consider doing that. Jim?
Yeah, before you do that, Mr. Chairman, could I ask
I
the
can't
engineer
do
a
it.
question?
Go ahead.
Could you, sir, please, on 109.1, could you, if you could you slide it underneath the projector, the overhead? We have a small version.
I can't see where it is. Is it up there?
It's
Yeah,
up
it's there now.
but you got to turn the lights up.
Jimmy, what's wrong with that?
The screen doesn't work. It points so everybody else can see it on the wall.
All right, it's over there then. Can you see it over there?
I can see it over there, yeah.
That's good enough. Can you, I know you and I talked about your 4K areas last time.
Correct.
Could you just outline on that for me, please? 4K on that one.
4K on this lot is up in the front portion of the property, runs along that well radius up towards...
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
You might,
Did I do that?
sometimes it's easier to sit in that other chair.
Yeah, maybe I will.
That's the lighting gremlin that did that.
Okay, so the 4K area on this lot is as my fingertip follows down to the property line and over.
Right. So, I know you and I spoke about the 4K area and its shape of on the original proposal. But in this proposal you have in front of us, your test pits are to the south of that, not in the 4K area as
Correct.
required in this land use sub-regulations. Okay, so you know that.
Yeah.
So I just make that note that those test pits are not where they belong.
Our intention to do that is, we need to do more test pits and amend the plan with NHDES. It's common practice, and
And right now, the board is considering, if I understand correctly, to accept the plan for consideration. But I'm just letting you know politely that that part of the subdivision regulation wasn't filled. And in addition to that, you said earlier that you would like to leave with an approved plan. And I think historically, it's very seldom that people get out of here on the first night with an approved plan unless it's just really straightforward. So where this may be missing some points that are required in our land use regulations for you to submit, I would be reluctant to approve a plan without the proper procedure.
Understood, and I guess what I would hope and I would ask you would be to additionally make that a condition of approval. So we would have the condition of the well being drilled and tested, and obviously, we do have a state subdivision approval now, which could say to you that these lots are buildable in one way or another. That's basically what the 4K area does, is it gives you an area that's oversized, allowable to build a septic system. An additional condition could be an amended approval by NHDES.
I'm all set.
Okay. Anybody else have questions for the applicant? Comments?
Mr.
Sam?
Chairman, I'm sorry to ask another question. I just want to reemphasize that on the existing well that you've done, you're going to provide a report, and that will tell us how long they actually ran the well test. Because if you run a well test for 1 to 2 hours, that's not representative. Typically, I know Skilling's does an 8-hour test. So I think to understand the sustainability of a well, you need to have some data that would indicate that you're following there must be some protocol, is what I'm trying to say. I guess.
Understood, yeah.
Yeah.
And
And I think likewise, on the other 2 wells, we need to do that. But the question I didn't ask was, we talked about quantity, but what about the quality? Is that also indicated? Did they do a water analysis of the water that they extracted during the well test?
I don't have a report on the analysis of that. I do know that there is no water softener or treating system along with that well. So I would say that, and that well has been in place and in practice for a number of years now. It's been over, I think we looked for permits for it from the state, and they said that if it was drilled prior to, and I'm gonna maybe not get this exactly right, but it was something like 1975, that they wouldn't have reports on that. So this has been there and in place for quite some time.
And was it servicing? Well, I mean, the well was in existence, did it?
I don't know.
Was it being used,
So yeah, no, it's being used by the farmhouse that's there now.
Okay.
And I don't know who services it for that person.
Well, I'd just like to make sure that we understand that what we would obtain would be not only the output of but also the
Understood.
quality of the water itself.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of the part of the permit that you require before they can get that permit, is you have to prove quantity and quality.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Patty?
On the 2 wells that remain to be drilled, how much volume would you say is adequate?
How much volume?
Volume is adequate?
I
1 gallon a minute, 2 gallons a minute?
I think the town requires 1 gallon a minute. I think that's what they require.
Okay, that's not
I don't know.
correct, but
I don't know, I
Pretty
thought
sure
it was,
4 gallons a
Four.
minute,
It's
over a 2-hour period.
The town's requirement? Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? All right. Hearing no response, do we want to accept the plan for consideration?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I second.
for discussion,
We have a motion and a second for discussion. Go ahead, Patty.
this single-family duplex duplex lots is in the posting. They no longer have a duplex lot there. So is that viable? Is that legal?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me.
I'm asking if the duplex is duplex lots accessible.
The lots might be large enough, they look like they're large enough to support duplexes, and the applicant is saying that they're not looking to build duplexes. Are your septic designs for duplexes or single families?
We don't have any septic designs completed right now. It's not required, but we do show the 4K areas. We're intending to build single-family homes on these. They're not set up for that. The well radiuses, remember earlier I said we rescinded the well radius request, and that was basically because we said we're going to go away from the duplex lot. We're not going to, we just don't want to deal with that, so.
He doesn't have the well radiuses for a duplex. Okay. At this point.
Okay, is it legal to post that as a duplex lot?
I would say it is.
Okay.
He notified that at the time that he was either going to do single family or duplex. He's now indicating he's going to just do single family.
Okay.
So I would think he covered both bases.
I just didn't want to
Yeah.
get it.
If it were in the other direction, Patty, you advertise as a single family and then we're gonna do duplexes, that would.
Understand.
That would be an issue. So, we have a second on the floor. We had a discussion.
No.
Okay. So to accept the plan for consideration, all those in favor say aye.
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 I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. The plan's been accepted for consideration. At that point, I can open it to the public to discuss the 3-lot subdivision part of the proposal. At this point, we're not going to talk about the proposed, what's going to happen across the street for a few more minutes. But does anybody want to talk about the 3-lot part of this subdivision? You can come forward and take the mic. Voice your opinion. I have somebody walking forward here.
Hello.
Hi. For the record, if you could take a seat, state your name and address, doesn't matter where you sit. As long as
My name is
as long as we can hear you, you have to talk into the mic.
This mic.
Sure, that mic's fine.
So let me pass these out first. Copies of my questions.
Joe? Here.
My name is Bonnie Noble Ianson. I live on 17 McGrath Road with my husband Scott, and we've been Pelham residents for 37 years plus, counting. When we moved to Pelham, we looked at, some of the attraction was the stance on the protection of wetlands and believing our neighborhood integrity would always be upheld by the town bylaws. I never expected we'd have a discussion about a development on McGrath Road. We're all undersized lots down there. I don't know if many of you have ever been down there. I know up until a few years ago that even the tax map didn't show all the houses that were there. There's so much development right now off of Sherburne Road that we only learn about the upcoming changes once the land is cleared. Like even the latest development across the street, I only heard about through Facebook. The construction continues to be ongoing. We have yet to understand the impact to existing neighborhoods or our roadways or water. Some of my concerns, I'll start with watershed. After these homes are built, who is responsible for the watershed? Sherburne Road is one of the most treacherous roads in Pelham when it snows. Will we have another icy mess this winter, or maybe next winter, while the construction's ongoing? and I'd like to know how that's going to be addressed. I have concerns about pollution. The watershed flows into the lake, and there's a stream that goes down McGrath Road and in that property that empties into Long Pond. Will the houses add to that? Is the town going to address the impact to the lake? We've seen higher than normal levels of cyanobacteria over the last couple years. Is it because of the drought or the building taking place? I don't think anybody knows that for sure. The town of Pelham does not contribute to the upkeep on Long Pond. That is shouldered by the residents that live there, as there are so few roads that access the pond or have rights. Yet it's the home of the most popular, if not the only town beach in Pelham. But again, the state does not pay into the upkeep on Long Pond. In the past, any disruption to the bedrock has caused impact to us, either with more silt in our filters or expensive repairs to our well systems. That's a concern I have with the construction that is taking place now and perceived to take place in the future. I have concerned about the tax impact for the water supply to the area. It's been brought up in the past. If they keep building in this area, it's inevitable town water will be the only solution for some. Will this side of the town see impact fees? Will we have to pay for water when I feel it's a direct impact of all the building happening around us? We pay, they profit. Wildlife is another concern. I mean, we love Pelham for what it is. There's a lot of effort to protect our open space. And seeing deer and turkey in our backyard is, and other forms of wildlife, it's part of the way of our life forever. Will the protected space be built in support of the wildlife population? Is that being looked at as the developments are being created? And here's a big one who's ever traveled on Sherburne Road at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, is the traffic impact. When we moved here, there wasn't traffic, it wasn't an issue. 37 years later, we have a traffic cop at the end of the street, if you're lucky. And if you're not, between 3:30 and 6 o'clock, you better add another half-hour commute. You can always tell what kind of busy day it's going to be by how far back the traffic gets backed up. I know there's a plan in place for this to be addressed, and it's been talked about forever. But until we get that fixed, adding more homes to Sherburne Road is only going to intensify this. And what about the hazard mitigation plan for Pelham? How about all this construction? I know that even most recently, one of the newer developments had to redo their road, the end of their road, because of the way runoff was happening. Is all that being addressed when we are looking at bringing more homes, more people into Pelham? Wetlands. Sherburne McGrath Road has had a section of land, part of this 3-lot, 4-lot development that is wetlands. It's been wetlands forever. This new development or proposed development investigated wetlands during one of the worst droughts we've seen in years. Even still, there was a stream that runs from the top of the road down to the lake. How will the construction impact this, and who will be responsible for policing it? And water. Now, here's where my big impact is as a homeowner in the town of Pelham. I've had my water tested for contents. It's a responsible thing to do if you're a well owner. And you should have it done every couple years, which we do. When I learned about the development coming in, I started asking questions about how we can protect what we have, which is good water right now. The water testing is $165. Again, that's part of home ownership and being a responsible well owner. When I called for flow testing, I was quoted $500 to $600 per house. As my nature, I tried to negotiate. They said maybe $25 off per house. Because if we got the entire neighborhood to agree to that. When I moved here in 1986, water was never an issue. We didn't have a flow test. We've learned to watch our usage during drought seasons, et cetera, et cetera. With fuel costs escalating, our oil doubled. My first oil delivery was $350 last year. This year it's $750. My electricity costs have doubled. The unwelcome cost of having a flow test at this time of the year are certainly unwelcome. So I asked the board to consider as a condition of approval, relief for the testing if this is required to protect our current water assets. What happens once the multi-lot are developed across the street? We've already seen we will not receive notification, yet this project will impact our daily way of life. As a resident, how will the town protect our right to live the life we have long established in town? And lastly, I fear that once the subdivision is resolved, we may have to revisit these issues again and again if McGrath Road is developed. Many times during the initial presentation, we heard the 3 words, "at this time." Is this something we should expect to continue to have to fight to protect? We can't afford to fix what has been disrupted due to construction from builders who take their profits out of town when they're done. So I ask you, who is going to protect us, the current residents of Pelham? Is that something that the board is prepared to do? And how is it policed? Is it just you take somebody's word for it? I mean, I've listened to meetings in the past where I've heard them say that you really can't.
A lot of the things that you're written here and are asking of this board are not something that the board is capable of doing. We work in the confines of the RSA's, state laws, so you have a lot of valid points. It's just that you're asking us things we can't do for you.
Well, so what I'm asking for you
we-
is to help me protect my way of life.
I understand that. I mean, my fuel bill goes up too. I mean, I have to have my water tested.
That's not something you
It's
can
all-
do anything about.
It's all something.
But adding a $600 flow test so that I will hopefully protect my assets. And then if I have the flow test, if I spend the money, do I come back to the board after all the construction's done and I have a problem with water?
I don't know how to answer that question.
I know some of my neighbors across the street have experienced the exact same thing. They, like me, had plenty of water, good quality water. And then once construction was complete next to their homes, they no longer have it. And it's changed their way of life. So I'm just looking to try and get ahead of it and see what rights as an established Pelham resident that we do have. You can't change what people do with property they own, and I'm not saying that this developer or any other is not entitled to build. All I'm saying is that I'm entitled to what I have, to protect what I have, and I need you to help me do that. How do I do that?
Normally, the questions that we get are ones that we can ask of the applicant, but you pose them to the board as opposed to the applicant, so I don't know how to address what you've done in this letter. I don't know if the applicant can look at this and if there's anything that he can address, but you more or less pointed this letter towards this board, and this board is just a bunch of volunteers that are trying to
And I thank you for your time, too.
follow the RSA's and
Right.
do a particular job.
So as a resident, do I need to get in front of the next RSA and try and give you the power you need to protect us? And if you grant the approval to build, then what happens when none of us have water?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Do you drive on Sherburne Road?
I do occasionally, yeah, maybe once or twice a week.
Do you avoid it during rush hour?
I don't consider the
Not
time of day. I
particularly?
go there and hope that I'm not going to get in an accident like everybody else.
Right, right. I'm just looking to see, I'm here tonight, and I know my neighbors are here, the people in my community,
I
to
can
try
ask
and
other members of the
protect.
board if, do any other members of the board know how to address what the applicant is asking of the board? Jim?
I don't have any immediate answers, but I have some more questions. Do we know what the traffic count is on Sherburne right now? I'm familiar with 38, it's 13,000, but I don't know what it is on Sherburne. I think our secretary may have the DOT information.
Possible. What does that help the abutter in any way?
No, I'm just concerned about it. These are legitimate concerns that,
Yeah, I mean,
This
these are
person-
similar concerns that all developments have all around town.
everywhere, yeah, everywhere. It's definitely burgeoning our infrastructure, to say the very least. I have encountered police at the bottom of Sherburne coming through from Drake. Occasionally, I make runs up there to the wholesale outlets. And it's kind of tough to see that, why are we having cars backed up for hundreds of feet?
Danielle, do you have that number?
And so that question, I just wanted to know as a planning board member, where we are. We're going to hear from a lot of people tonight. It's going to be a lot of expert testimony, I think. We're going to have some people, I believe, that are from our water commission. I hope they may be able to help some of your concerns. I totally get your concern with the water. The flow test that you're questioning while she's looking that up, is that to resolve the amount of gallons per minute you have in your well?
It's to document what we currently have,
To
so
doc-
that if construction alters the water flow to my home,
Yeah.
then,
It has to be said, and everyone needs to understand that owns a private well, that the amount of water that's in the earth is finite, and the amount that people draw it down, depending on the season, or the amount that will draw down in a given period of time in some seasons,
Yeah.
changes.
yes.
I have a very difficult time, I'm just using myself as an example, in the summertime, my water yield is near nil. This time of the year, we've been in an extended drought, but there's been some rainfall, I probably could go twice as long as usual. But I understand the delicacy, the balance that we all live with the water, and it's a real concern to this board, and we are trying as hard as we can to
Yes.
make those changes. We've reestablished a water commission. We hope that the voters will empower that water commission to have townwide jurisdiction. It'll be on a ballot question. They're working in that direction. We have people working resolutely to fix that, and I expect that they're going to speak shortly and help to address. We're all in this together. We're all the same people, and we're going to work with those people who have rights and with you who have established vested rights here. That's all I can guarantee you. I'm just a volunteer on a board.
And I do appreciate that. What I did not mention is I have an undersized lot. So, an undersized lot, so if I lose my well as a result of construction, I'm going to be hard pressed to dig another one.
Sam?
Yes, Bonnie. I happen to live off of Sherburne as well, and everything you've said here is absolutely correct. I also experienced in the neighborhood that I live when they put in the 55 community right at the Hudson Pelham, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's the over 55 community they put in. I had Skillings come out and do a well test as they were doing their well test, and I saw that I lost about 2 gallons a minute in that sequence. So the things that you're saying here, and traffic and everything, I totally agree with everything. And I think that I'm on the Water Commission along with Kimberly Bear and other members. And one of the things the Water Commission is really doing now is really looking at how do we really supply water to those areas. Sherburne is identified as a hardship area relative to water, and we're trying to look at realistic solutions, and we've hired an engineering company, and the chair, Kimberly, will probably speak later, but there is a serious effort going on. We've just spent money to hire an engineering company to give us an assessment of the water and what we can do to deliver water, whether we get it from an adjacent town or we take our aquifers. So I totally agree, and I think that you'll hear there are efforts going on in the Water Commission to be able to try to address exactly what
Well,
you have here.
and I do appreciate all of your efforts, because I know it's a volunteer basis, and I know it's hard to fill these seats. I just hope you're in time to save the rest of us from having to go through what some of our neighbors have gone through. I mean, you hear the stories about them taking turns bathing their children. None of us want to live like that,
Exactly.
you know? So I thank all of you for your time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have an answer to Mr. Bergeron's question, though, in reference to the
Okay, thank you.
traffic for, this is coming from I also sit on the master plan subcommittee with Mr. Thomas, Chair, Vice Chair, and we're working on a new town master plan as we speak, and we've been doing all of our conditions, but I can pull the numbers off of of the newer master plan we're working on, and for 2021, the total weekday travel count for Mammoth Road, where it meets Sherburne, is 12,745 cars. So that's been updated. We're still waiting for a 2022.
That's per day.
That's per day.
Average, yeah.
That's an average per day, correct. Yes. So I just want to make sure I answer Mr. Bergeron's question. And I also want to let the abutter know that first, thank you for coming up. I've also been involved with trying to get your concerns out as well. And I do know we do have a natural resource ordinance put together as well that could help with some of these concerns that they're having. So we are working on some items for you all.
One of the things that I was contemplating, and I've tried to suggest this years gone by, is to do LID systems for like the roof and maybe the driveways. Would you be willing to consider doing that on these 3 lots? Put in an infiltration system, so instead of having any kind of potential flow into that wetland, that would discharge it into the groundwater to try to recharge the water supply?
Sure, I would say that that's almost part of our normal sequencing, and just for the board's information, and from the lots or the homes that would be built along Sherburne, it's over half a mile from that spot down to Long Pond. So, you know, it's quite a ways, and there's quite an expansive wetland between where the lots are, and you can see that on the topographic plan. That's where the edge of that, beginning of that wetland is, right there. And so all of this area here would serve as, well, I'll call it infiltration, but, you know, a mitigation area. And as you know, when we do a normal subdivision, let's say we'll do a drainage basin, we'll put a grass swale in there to give you some filtration, and this will work, I can't even tell you, 10,000 times better than a grass swale. So, you have nature in place to protect the lake.
I'm thinking about the, like, roof gutters, if
Yep, certainly, yeah, no,
have
we
a
could
place to put them into the ground.
Sure, we'll
so that
do a little
it
infiltration.
literally forces the water right into the ground right
Yep.
there.
We can do that, that's not a big issue.
Jen, that could probably be another condition of approval. Is there any other
Timmy?
abutters that,
You can do the abutters. I had a question, but I can wait.
go ahead, Chief.
So, the last time you were in the back part of the 12-acre lot, you had that separate,
Correct.
now you've added it to that lot.
Correct.
Didn't you say that 10-acre, with the back part, it was all non-buildable land?
That is correct.
Okay, so the part that is on McGrath, that's not buildable land?
That is not, correct. And it will be a part of the first lot that we see up on Sherburne Road, so basically it's, undevelopable at that point.
Are there any other abutters that would like to speak on these 3 lots?
Good evening. Thank you for being here and working hard for the town. We appreciate it, Planning Board. My name is Stephen Raincourt. I live at 7 McGrath Road in Pelham. Been there for about 24-plus years. I'm actually across from that piece you were just talking about. That's 10-acre piece. So there's a lot of concern, as you heard before, about the water issue. I think that's the biggest issue. The rest of the concerns, I think the builders address and they're trying to work with. the concern is obviously if they drill those wells and affect other wells, what are we left with? How do we deal with it? And do we bear the cost of what they gain profit on from doing those lots? I would think that the planning board could try to come up with some sort of stipulations. I know you're limited to what you could do with the RSAs, but when you can put stipulations as to plantings on developments, I would think in such an issue with a water crisis, you could have some stipulations to protect the people that are here and supporting this town and paying taxes. We have no issues with them building. It's every person has a right to build on their land and can develop it. We don't discourage that. I think that it's important and probably should be discussed what is going to happen with the other piece across the street, because when we look at it as a whole, you're seeing 3 lots here on Sherburne Road, but now maybe 18 or whatever lots across the street, that could all be drilling wells and cause an issue. So maybe you can let the developer speak about that, because it might make a difference for everybody to understand. If they're going to be drawing water, as was discussed at the first meeting that was brought in, there was a lot of information brought about the water crisis. I mean, there's definitely something going on up there and it needs to be addressed. Maybe if they're bringing water down to that other piece, they can get across the Sherburne Road for those last 2. And I bet you'll find a lot of people are much more amenable to it, so.
That's coming up in a couple of minutes.
Right, so I don't know if it's worth, you may bringing it up and having a little, he offered to discuss it a little bit to let people feel better about it or not. If there's something that they're offering to do or whatever, it would probably be a good thing to do, even though it's on the new business side. But it's, you know, we've had the planning boards in past change, the laws have changed in RSA's to protect overdevelopment of land, you know, getting rid of the 55 and over and the 61 and over. And I don't see why they can't do the same thing. We have a water crisis. If you're trying to protect the land, it doesn't do any good if you can't get any water. So we just think and hope the planning board will look at that, put some reasonable stipulations. We're not trying to make the builder unfair, but there's a concern here. It's really important. You see it. How many times does the back of this room feel like this? I mean, it's not, and when this is over, you watch half of them walk out. This is a concern to a lot of people. And we just hope the planning board can consider that and maybe put some stipulations.
Yep. There had been talk about potentially putting a moratorium on this section of town on building. It lasts like a year if we follow the state procedure, and then we're right back to square one again, where we are. And all we've done was kick the can down the road a year. So we're trying to look for a long-term solution as opposed to doing that. And that's why the board right now is really trying to lean away from doing that. This applicant, in a little while, we're going to talk about the other side of the road. Right now, we're just trying to limit the conversation to this until, so we can get input from the immediate neighbors around these 3 lots. And we are going to cross the road. We're going to flip a page here in his drawing, and we're going to get to what they've been working on and what was, what our options are.
And I appreciate
Tight on that.
if you're able to do a 1-year pause, and just for discussion purposes, if that helped, you have a year to try to figure out how to figure things out and address them.
It won't help anywhere near as good as what this applicant may be able to do for the town. But again, we're gonna be getting there in a few more minutes, but I just wanted to focus on these 3 lots before we move across the other side of Sherburne Road, if we could.
So like was mentioned before, what happens to anybody affected on McGrath Road or around it if these wells now take water from them and they don't have enough water and enough source? Do we bear the cost of something that was caused by that? So I think it's important, as much as you talk about the next piece, again, it may be an option if they're trying to bring water down and bring it across, that it ties into this piece somewhat, and it should be considered as well. So I would hope the planning board would do that and maybe postpone the approval of it until even one more meeting, and you can look into that and at least give them the ability to talk about the next subdivision across and what they're doing. It may answer a lot of questions for people.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Patty?
Previously, that's been a civil matter, and if it gets the wells tested before the development goes in, get them tested afterwards, you have a leg to stand on.
Right, that gives you, it may give you a leg to stand on. then you still have to spend that expense and get a lawyer and go to court to get your water back. It seems a bit excessive if we know it's that much of a problem. And again, we're not trying to stop them from building on it, just looking for alternatives and options to try to fix it if we can.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on these 3 lots in this particular subdivision? For the record, we need to...
My name is Richard Dion. I live at 20 McGrath Road. I live right on the southern tip of the wetlands.
Okay.
I abut the tip there. And my concern is just, make it short and sweet, just the wetlands. What guarantee, he says they don't intend on develop it. What guarantee would we have that whoever buys that parcel now, 10 years from now, doesn't try to get that wetlands developed by diverting water, putting in culverts, controlling it? I know you're not supposed to build on wetlands, but I don't know how strict this town is. Do we have some sort of guarantee in writing that that wetlands will never be developed?
You can't develop wetlands. It's state law. You can't build on a wetland. You could do a dredge and fill and put a road across it, but you can't build buildings in them.
Okay, they can't divert the water, control it in a different way so they can develop wetlands? That's...
Yeah. Can you address what
We
he's...
just want to guarantee that
Yeah,
that McGrath
the-
Road will never be developed, the wetlands will never be taken away from
Chairman
us.
is correct. There's state regulations that govern wetlands, and the town has regulations that govern wetlands. And you said you could get a dredge and fill and put a road across. There's a road to go to nowhere there. So there's no reason, it's not going to happen. So it's prohibited from development already. And I would tell you, quite honestly, if it weren't, it would be part of our proposal. So here we are.
So now is there like a 12-acre lot and 2 2-acre lots type thing?
Correct.
Could you speak a little louder into the mic?
Sure, I just wonder if there's going to be, the lot that has the well now will become like a 12-acre lot. and
Correct.
There's going to be 2 other 2-acre lots?
Yeah.
Patty?
Did I hear you say that you'd make an unbuildable lot?
No, you did not.
Okay.
No, originally, we had that on the plan, and we removed it because of the concerns that the board had of the legality of doing that. So we just said, okay, that's fine, it's unbuildable anyway, we'll just make it a part of one of the lots. So we went from 3 lots with an unbuildable parcel, that was 10 acres, to 3
I understand
lots.
that. If the RSA's change 10 years down the road, and you build on that lot, because
If the
you're making an
RSA's
unbuildable lot now,
Patty,
and
the state's not going to change the RSA's to allow you to build in wetlands.
No, I think what Mr. Culbert might be driving at, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to pull out what you're asking.
Yep.
Between this gentleman and Mr. Meisner, is that when we first saw this plan, you had indicated that it was a non-buildable lot in the back, the back portion.
Correct.
And we said to you, obviously, we can't create that, so we couldn't legally do that with you. So, and you have obliged us and have included it as part of Lot 109-1.
Correct.
So would you be willing then, because it was designated as unbuildable, just to deed forward, to deed a restriction that the back portion of this lot would never be built upon? And I know that's a possibility because I just recently finished up doing some legal work with conservation subdivisions. It's such that you can deed a restriction in the backside of that lot, which would allay all the fears that we know most likely in any event could never happen. But you can make that part of the deed when you create this lot, if this lot does get created, if this lot does get approved.
Right. So,
But I can't force you to do that.
correct. What I would say is, I understand what you're talking about. We've done it times before. We've got to the place where we're trying to talk about a number of different ways. And I would say, before I just go spit it out and say, yeah, we'll do what, you say, I'll confer with our attorney and ask what the best way to do it is. Maybe we'll meet with Jen and ask her how the town prefers to do it.
Of course, between yourself, your client, and legal.
So-
But you and I understand, I think you work in the
Correct.
business every day.
Yep.
And obviously, I've been around for about a month or two.
Yep.
You can deed that forward.
Correct,
You can
correct.
deed that restriction.
Yeah, yeah, if it's just a restriction on the deed, and I'm not going to speak for the legal team, I'm going to say, I think that's the easiest way to do it, but there may be a different way to do it that has different ramifications that I'm not thinking about right now. But I understand what you're talking about. I
Thank you, Mr.
believe,
Bergeron.
regardless of what we do, I'm going to guess that we're either going to have a list of conditions, and that can be one of them, or if we have to come back, it will definitely be an answer question. I would suggest that I work with the legal team and maybe Jen at Town Hall to figure out what's the best way to get to where we want to go.
And I'm not even sure if I'm capable of asking you for that condition, but I'm sure you could volunteer that condition. So I don't know if we even want to say that is a condition. We might want to just say, let's wait and see what you come back with.
I might be able to find out if that's legal for you to ask for that before we're done here. I think
I've been dealing with lawyers the last few weeks.
Let's
and
move
I will
along.
just let the board know that this is Bruce Lewis. He's our water expert, and he'll be prepared to talk to you a little bit about water. And maybe while he's talking, I can find out the answer to your and my both legal question.
Who is this gentleman?
This is Bruce Lewis. He's the owner and proprietor of the Lewis Water Company. And I guess I would say, if you're open to abutters and you have more abutters that want to talk about water issues or whatever their issues, at the end, he would be willing to speak to you about the 2 wells that we propose to drill on this and the output of the well that we have on that property.
Thank you for your time. I'm glad you protecting our wetlands.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and talk on these 3 lots on the side of the road? For the record, we need to know who you are.
Thank you for letting me speak. Kimberly Abear. I'm a Pelham resident as well as one of your water commissioners. I wanted to speak on the McGrath piece. If I had a wish list, what I want the planning board to know is that if there is any way that we could have McGrath be on hold and to move to the other parcel, there is some innovation being discussed on the other parcel that would buy us as a water commission the time that we need to bring a viable, sustainable, permanent water source to Pelham, and to stop drilling wells on Sherburne. We need to lean close to the developers that will help us lay pipe up and down neighborhoods, up and down Pelham. So I'm a big pro-business person, and I am willing to lean close to the developers to help us lay the pipe instead of drilling well upon well upon well. It scares me to hear how many times I've sat with residents so far that will say, my well was fine, and then they started drilling behind me, they started drilling close to me, and I don't have water anymore. I've got people that are here behind me, we the people that are here to speak what they have lost up and down Sherburne and what they're fearful of today. it would be prudent, and this is, I've had very open conversations with Mr. Meisner about what would be our objective from a water commission to get the help. And then secondly, I would like to ask this developer to consider doing a geology study for Pelham, which is $35,000, that would guarantee where water actually is. And a lot of people in Pelham think that we had a geology study done. We never did. So, and I've researched that back to Selectmen's meetings, 2014-15. I've talked to Charlie Head with the Water Commission. Sam and I, we've done our research here, and we don't have a geology study. So that would be my second ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kim. All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak on these 3 lots before we move to the other side of the?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Bergeron?
Sure. Go ahead.
I'd just like to add in that Haberton, legal counsel says that a deed restriction is not an issue, not a problem, and we would be happy to offer to put that stipulation on as a condition of approval.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think at this point, I'm ready to flip the page and see what you've got going on across the street on the, and we'll come back to.
Okay, yeah, okay, so we're going to leave this
Pre-lot.
open for the time being?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, this is open because everybody is getting on edge of their seats, wanting to know what is going on over there. Want the members of the public to know that this is something that many, many years ago when Skyview Estates was in their conceptual form and just going through its infancy stages like this is now in front of the planning board, I had made a suggestion back in the time that the developer stub their water line down to the end of, or the beginning of Ellen Burton's property, not knowing who she was at the time, but seeing that there was a long, narrow sliver of land there for a possible extension down to Sherburne Road with a water line, and then also out the backside of this Skyview Estates, I asked for a stub in the water line to bring more water into the Skyview Estates so that if the infrastructure was large enough to support more water flow, that someday there might be a possibility to get water into these needed neighborhoods. That was how this came about many years ago, and Danielle had made a comment to the this developer to see if they might have some willingness to look into this, and I kind of gave them the layout that I just gave you, members of the public, that this could be a possibility, not knowing that it would ever be a reality, or could be a reality, but it might be possible. So with that being said, could you tell us what you found out?
Again, I'm not sure if we're opening a new public hearing, but I'll introduce myself. My name is Kurt Meisner. I'm with Meisner Brim Corporation. Here I have with me Bruce Lewis of Lewis Water Company. And when we were here previously, we had talked about a potential subdivision across the street from the project that we were just discussing. And when the chairman had said that we had a potential stub up at the top of Skyview Estates, we went and looked at it and tried to come up with something where we could lay out a water system that comes through the potential development of our property. And I'm going to switch the map and show that map. And this is the, I'll call it the south side of Skyview Estates. And what we can, on the Burton property, we have laid out an 18-lot subdivision, and let's just take it for this discussion that it meets the town's regulations regarding lot size, lot shape. We've fit the 4K areas, and, you know, we've gone through the building envelopes and made sure that they all worked. And what we did was, we have a cul-de-sac road that comes up through the property to the end of the property, and then over here, I believe that's Marie. Yeah, it's Marie Lane that comes through here, and they have, when they subdivided that, left a 50-foot stub to come off of that property, undoubtedly with the intention of someday the Burton property would be developed, and they would be able to use that piece to get in there. So what we've shown is a potential connection to Marie, and on the end of our subdivision at the cul-de-sac, we showed a 50-foot potential right-of-way there. And what we're showing in this blue line right here is a potential water line extension. So we have checked in, and I met with Kim Hebert, and we had some correspondence with folks at Pennachuck. And the good news, I guess, for what we're doing here tonight is Mr. Lewis was the designer of the water system for Skyview Estates. So he knows more than anybody here about that. So what we're proposing is an extension to come down through that would bring water down to Sherburne Road and bring a stub over to Marie Ave. That's a huge advantage for, I'll say, the town of Pelham, anyone in need of water in Marie heads down. I'm going to switch the plan here. And you can see when we come down from Majestic Avenue, we come down on the cul-de-sac, Marie is here, Marie heads over, and, you know, Slavin is over here, and some of the people that had water problems were over on Slavin. Applewood is right over there, some of the people were there. So we can extend, basically what we're doing is we're extending the spider web out further. So in order to get an additional amount of water, the town owns a parcel of land up here that's highlighted in red off the back of Aspen Drive. What we've talked about is potentially drilling a well here and adding to the water supply that goes into that. Now, in order for us to do that, we've got to work with the Water Commission, we've got to work with the selectmen, we've got to get town permission to do that. Let's say in a perfect world, everything I say now just happens and it comes true. We would drill a well there, build the well house, I presume?
Well, it would depend if we went through Pennachuck.
Okay. Pennachuck owns the water system up on the top here. So I guess in my rudimentary knowledge of water, I would say, yeah, we're going to go to Pennachuck. They'll take over the water system. Maybe the town water commission wants to take it over, and I wouldn't imagine they would, but maybe they would. As they grow, as they gain funding and traction, maybe they would. But anyway, you know, we would be able to supply additional water through the system and down through, get it down onto Sherburne, get it over to Marie, and I think that works pretty good for everybody. You know, the town has a huge gain in that, and that would be, I'll say, partially funded by us as the developers. certainly the water line that comes all the way through from Majestic down to Sherburne and out to Marie, that would be part of our subdivision, and we would, happily put that in. So that's sort of the approach that we're taking. That's the plan that we're hoping to put in action when we undertake the development of I call it the north side of the Burton property.
Okay, thank you. Board members see what's going on there?
Yep.
Following that?
I hope all the board members can see that this would be a huge benefit to the citizens of Pelham.
Kim Bear, would you come back up to the mic, please? Thank you, Representative. Kim is also our representative to the state.
Thank you. And I also did want to remark that this is, again, a temporary lines. So as we lean on builders to run pipe up and down Pelham, where we go by as we bring the water source in, and we're looking at two different sources right now, potentially Drake, it looks to be the most promising, but as we bring water in through Pelham, we go by those streets and the hook-ins are already there. All those lines are there. So Chardonnay is a perfect example of a neighborhood that has very little water, and that pipe opening is right at the end of Chardonnay. So when we go by on Sherburne, boom, we hook it right in. And so this is a temporary step to leaning on the builders to help us and to give sustainable water to the residents. I hope everybody behind me is understanding that piece. No, I'm getting shakes no. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's a lot to grasp. So with that being said, I will ask people that want to come forward to ask questions.
Mr. Chairman, before the chairperson for the Water Commission walks away from the table, and Mr. Lewis, the designer of the original Skyview Estates, is here, can I just throw out a couple of questions, so maybe they'll help?
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe it will, maybe it won't. So I'd like to first direct a question to Mr. Lewis, the designer of the Skyview system, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So were you also involved, you were involved in the entire process, the drilling, the quantity amounts, and the gross calculations for what that'll support? And
Yes.
I want you to explain to people what that system is operating at now. We more or less know the answers, but maybe not all as clearly as you. So if you could, would you please? And then I want to ask our chairperson something after I hear from you and everyone else, not just me. I'm asking these questions for everyone.
No, I'd be happy to. So my company, Lewis Engineering, is located in Litchfield, New Hampshire. I've done water supply work for the last 40 years, generally in southern New Hampshire and the state of New Hampshire, a little bit in Maine, a little bit in Massachusetts. But we focused entirely on drinking water systems, so community water systems, water supply systems. We've worked for larger utilities like Pennachuck, but clearly the focus has been to do the smaller systems and try to do them, better than state standards, because the idea of having municipal systems have available water in New Hampshire is somewhat limited, because we're a rural state. And so the process for Skyview Estates was, and it's a very thorough process the state of New Hampshire has, and we were involved from the very beginning, so from the conceptually laying out how a water system would work and what type of water was going to be supplied. And in the case of Skyview, the fire department had wanted to know that they would have fire hydrants up there with a fire capacity of 500 gallons a minute, which is pretty common in residential neighborhoods. And so provisions were made for that. Excuse me. So the process goes in the state of New Hampshire, and I don't want to take too much time, so I'll break it down. There's the first piece of it is the groundwater piece. You have to get your wells located, approved, drilled, tested, both quantity and quality. And at that point in time, the state, after they've reviewed all of the information provided, they would give permission and say, yes, these wells can be used as drinking water supplies in New Hampshire, and they set the quantity of water that's available. And with Pennachuck Water, of course, or with anybody who owned and operated that system, all water quality criteria set forth by the EPA, which is what New Hampshire follows as a primacy state, is adhered to and followed. So in the Skyview design, the wells were tested and approved and have been used for a long time. One restriction that was put in the subdivision, even though they have water for fire protection, was that there would be no in-ground water sprinklers because of irrigation demands. And that's something that the state has focused on over the last 10 years to make sure that new small community water systems, because it's a fixed amount of water, it's not a large water supply, but that would be properly addressed. But at Skyview, and as far as I know, Pennachuck Water, because they're the utility company, they can restrict lawn watering, and they do in many of our towns. I live in Litchfield. We have a water restriction every summer, pretty much. And so, as a utility company, they have the authority, and it's part of their charter and how they operate the company to be able to do that. And so, but as far as I know, they have not had any issues with running out of water at any time. What I can't tell you is I'm not sure how many homes are occupied if they finished building Skyview. I've kind of lost touch with that. It's been several years since the water system was fully designed and approved. And I think that's another important aspect of anybody building, whether you're building on the individual lots we're talking about across the street, or whether we're talking about building in a water system of some nature. That all has to be approved at the state level. And if, for an example, the water was going to come through Skyview, of course, Pennachuck would have to be in the mix, and with your water commission, but also with the state, to how will this work and how will you show and meet all the conditions of what you would go through to add 18 lots worth of water, and then whether or not, where can that go beyond that. Now, if the Water Commission is looking at areas and ways to have an abundant amount of water available, then a lot of that issue is not going to be as difficult to address. It's going to be more, how do we make it all work between the hydraulics and, enough water for the folks that are going to be living there and or connecting to the system.
I read some of the paperwork from the preliminary look at this. I guess the size of the pipe itself would determine potentially how many more houses could be added if there was an abundance of water found on the town land. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would be an important consideration as to whether or not, as water lines are extended, would they all have to be sized to carry, a certain amount of water availability through a fire hydrant to the fire department, and that would, could come into the equation, and that's really you'd look at, your hydraulics, and then that would determine the pipe size.
Did you have a chance to see any of the findings on that? From what I saw, and I don't know that much about engineering on water, but I ran the numbers myself, and it looked like if enough water could be had on the town land, that perhaps another 50 houses could feed off that 6-inch line if enough water could be put in on the northerly side. Does that sound about right?
100 gallon. Additional. That was in the email.
Okay, no, I would say it would depend, it's a good point, Mr. Chairman, that it would depend on what the availability, what additional water that might be located on the town land. But a 6-inch pipe, as far as domestic day-to-day use, you could supply a lot of houses with that without any problem. And if you want to have 500 gallons a minute available, then you'd be looking at, okay, where is the water going to come from, and how's it going to get there? I think Skyview is one of the higher elevations in the area, so I wouldn't be as concerned about pressure. And knowing that they already have the infrastructure at that particular location to provide fire protection, I think there's certainly, from a technical standpoint, it's not difficult to work out once some additional information is known as far as quantity and quality of the water, and the pump house that serves Skyview and the water storage tanks that are there. The storage tanks, I think, have adequate capacity because they have fire protection built in. But again, that would really be a technical issue with Pennachuck Water as to what they would say.
My next question would be for you, is there any possibility, if there were water found above the Skyview, enough to send more water into Skyview, is there any remote possibility of having an additional holding building somewhere in this development, just down by Sherburne Road or midway down, where there would be more, capacity? Like right now, there's a certain capacity that that building can hold at Skyview. Is there any ability to put an additional building here on a water infrastructure system so that it can be pumped from this point as well, or not?
So just so I understand the question, so if a certain quantity of water is available to come down from Skyview, you're asking there would be any opportunity if there was enough water found to create another separate building, maybe closer to Sherburne, that would store water?
If the one at Skyview wasn't large enough to house the volume that would need it, like they have big tanks up there, I'm assuming a couple of 10,000 gallon tanks or more, or?
Yeah, I think they're more like a couple of 30,000 gallon tanks.
30,000? Right, so
25 to 30, I can't remember.
I assume they would be large because of the size of the development. I've never been in the building.
And it was a fire protection issue. When you think of fire protection,
Okay.
30,000 gallons is a design amount for the fire department for 500 gallons.
So
a
for
minute
drinking
an hour.
purposes, that might even be enough to not have to add another building then, if there were additional water found.
Right, and there might be room, I can't speak for Pennachuck, but I think geographically, there would be room to add, say if they had to add a third storage tank there, if, they were working together in some manner so that it could be made to work that way.
Mr. Chairman, my question also, I had met with Mr. Lewis on a separate location, separate time, in talking about potential water towers, that if we were going to drop a line on Marie, would a water tower make sense in that area for Marie and potentially for Nicholas?
Okay, so a water storage tank, if you want to feed a system like many towns, we all drive around, we might not notice them, but I do, water tanks at different locations and different heights. And so when you design something in that manner, then you're providing water to a certain area just because of the pressure created by the water in storage. Again, I think we have an engineering study going on. The engineers will be able to identify areas to say, well, if you wanted to have a water tower at a certain elevation, then this part of town could be provided with gravity pressure. And then maybe another part of town, you would end up having another water tower, but that water tower would have water being pumped up into it to serve this higher, larger geographic
Right,
area.
that water wouldn't come out of this system, though. This system wouldn't have that kind of supply, ever.
I was going to say, yeah, and then you'd have to be running, how far can you run water lines and make it economically feasible?
This is a small system that maybe has a potential to help a bunch of people in this neighborhood.
In the
but-
neighborhoods.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily the whole town, but again, if the commission is going to have an overview, like a water study, that would be some of the topics that the consulting engineer would be addressing. And I don't know, probably a number of you are familiar with the fact that there is a major water transmission main that actually takes Manchester water and brings it all the way down through Wyndham, Salem, Atkinson, all the way into Plastow. And so, you know, there are several, or not several, a number of different pressure zones created by that particular endeavor. And the consulting engineers that the Water Commission be working with are well aware of that and will help Pelham understand what it would look like on a bigger picture.
Trying to focus on this neighborhood.
Yeah, I would say these neighborhoods, if you
This-
find enough water.
What this developer, if they do for their development, what it could potentially do for the rest of the neighborhood. It's not something that we're looking to get a water line to come down here to feed 17 houses and end of story. I mean, if it can be sized big enough to help out, you know, part of Scenic View, Marie, so on, then that would potentially be a game changer for this neighborhood.
Yeah, and I think that to step back on that, the idea of how much quantity and quality of water off-site that could be developed, and then, again, assuming that Pennachuck Water, as they're the franchise utility right now, would work along with them to make that a reality as long as there's enough water.
Okay. All right. I'd like to hear from some members of the public that are in the neighborhood, not necessarily what you're lacking, because we know you're lacking a lot, but your thought on this development and the possibility of this happening, and whether or not you think your neighborhood needs it.
Joe had a question?
Before,
Joe, go ahead,
I just
Joe.
have a question. You stated that if Pennachuck were to take this water line over, there'd be no sprinkler systems, correct?
I would suggest, yeah, they probably would not want to
Allow
see
it.
in-ground.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you can't do lawn watering, go out and do a little hand watering.
Okay. So what would prevent someone who buys one of these lots from digging a well to put their own sprinkler system in?
I don't think Pennachuck as a utility has the authority to restrict that.
Okay, yeah, because the whole point of doing the water line is to eliminate the well, not to draw water out of the ground, right? So if you come in now, people start drilling wells to sprinkle their lawns, is that defeating the purpose or not?
Well, I would,
I'm just asking the
so,
question.
yeah, we're leaping way ahead right now, but what I would say is, when we came in with the full application for that subdivision, that could be discussed, and again, deed stipulations could say, you know, you could stipulate you can't drill a well for
I like
any
this a lot better
purposes, I
than the
guess.
first one. I like this.
Joe, this is a conceptual design, so to get into particulars and start deed restriction, it's just way beyond what this
No,
board
I
can.
understand that, but
into
I'm
right
saying
now.
compared to what was presented first, I like this better than what was first presented.
You like what?
I like the water line coming down. We're
Yeah.
good, we're good.
Yeah, and that's, we suspect that this board is going to love what we're proposing right now, because that spreads water throughout the town. That would be taken up at the time. We're going to work on the technical issues of that right now.
That's fine.
And then when we get to the board to submit a formal application, we'll have answers for you, you know, detailed answers.
That butter that was going to speak, you want to come up in the red shirt? Grab the mic. For the record, we need to know who you are, where you live.
Good evening. My name is Jim Tortolot. I live at 26 Majestic Avenue in Skyview Estates.
Could you pull that mic up close, please?
Certainly. Is that better?
Thank you, yes.
Very good. A couple of quick things. We are not permitted to have sprinkler systems, and we are not permitted by Pennachuck and the New Hampshire PUC to have wells on our properties. So we can clarify that now, and obviously the state records would indicate likewise. Anyone on the board here have a well on their property?
Have a
Probably
what?
everyone.
A wetland?
How's your,
you
have a well on your property?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
oh, I thought you said,
Yep.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry, I thought you said
That's
wetland.
all
I
right.
got the biggest one in my yard, so.
So, and
I have a
how's your
well.
water quality? Is it good?
Yeah.
Great. So your next door neighbor's gonna build a house now, and whether you like it or not, they wanna tap into your well. And as a matter of fact, they're gonna drill a well somewhere on their property, and they're gonna say, we wanna feed our water into your well as well. So my point that I'm making is that the comments we've heard here tonight thus far are to build another well, infiltrate Skyview Estates, and use the well system that we have. Mr. Lewis, you were responsible to help build the system. Do you recall how many homes were permitted to be part of the wells at Skyview?
I'm sorry, I don't. That was quite a number of years ago.
Right. Or how many bedrooms were permitted to be built in Skyview?
Three bedrooms per?
No, not even. So 63 homes were submitted by Pennachuck.
Where are you going with this?
I'm going to tell you what's our water system and the concerns we have as residents of Skyview. I live on Majestic Avenue. We also have Aspen, and we also have Powderhorn. Many of the residents are here behind us tonight, and we've gotten together as a group, and then others will speak individually as well, about our concerns about tapping into a water system that was designed to support 63 homes.
That's not what was suggested here at all. This was, what was being suggested is to bring more water into your system from the town land. The infrastructure was designed and installed at the time for just this reason, and also if your system ever started to not have enough water, for the potential to be able to introduce more water into your system from town property. And that was why many years ago, when I sat on this board, I had suggested that the infrastructure be built and designed to be able to accommodate the introduction of more water into your system, not to take water out of your system, but to put more water in so that it could potentially come out on this spot here. We're not suggesting to use your water.
So if it comes into our system, then it's going to, water's going to blend, it's going to go two directions, so it is going to come into our wells and into our system. The point I was trying to make is the original...
Into the piping, not into the well. It comes out of your well, it would come out of additional wells, go into the piping system under the ground. It's not ever going to go into your well. We're not, they're not, Pennachuck would never pump water, I could be wrong, but
Today,
Pennachuck
I
can't
guess...
pump water into their wells, right?
No, but it's going to come into our water lines, right? So if it's into our water lines, it's coming into our homes. So we have a well now that's healthy, like many of you do on your properties. You bring water into our water lines or run it through our water lines, it's going to come into our homes as well. The points I was trying to make, Chairman, was that originally when you suggested this, and Mr. Lewis, when you designed this system, it was designed for 64 homes and 192 bedrooms. That information's been submitted to the New Hampshire PUC in record, and Don Ware, who's the head of Pennachuck, on June 2nd, 2011, did a written testimony stating that there would never be any more than 64, and now some people say 63 homes, and 192 bedrooms. After that time, it has also been, other documentation was submitted to the state that said the system would never be expanded on. Mr. Lewis, I thought you might recall some of this because it was a very specific system that was designed, and it was never to be grown any larger. I appreciate the fact that everybody had restrictions this summer. The restrictions in Skyview were stricter than other parts of Pelham on watering restrictions. And as of this week, we've communicated with Don Ware, and I have an email that I can submit to the board that stated, and this is his word and his quote, "The proposed development will have no access to the water system from Skyview Community Well. The Skyview water system can never be expanded beyond the originally approved 63 homes." So at this point, we were coming for conversation and wanted to hear good things. One of the first things you said, Mr. Meisner, this evening, was we were going to hear benefits to the citizens of Pelham. You have 63 homes that have a well, and we're scared to death that our well's going to dry up like everyone else's. We're scared to death of the quality of the water, and now we're talking about bringing other water through our well. We're talking about using our well. We're talking about running our water down to another neighborhood. None of you are going to stand up and offer that to your neighbors. I don't want to sound selfish or anything else, but at the same time, I bought a home knowing that we had a well that was going to be protected, and we'd like to protect that well the same way everyone else would on your home. Now, the other thing is we own the land. Skyview owns the land where the Pennachuck well is, so that really building other wells and things of that nature cannot be expanded on our property. And this is not me speaking on behalf of the board, but it's the land is owned by Skyview. The other thing that I'm going to request is any future abutters notices, the property that's being recommended, the 18 homes, abuts our open space. So every person in Skyview Estates needs to be notified of this in the future. We really felt a little surprised that we got a letter last week stating that you wanted to expand or commandeer our water system. And we didn't feel as though that this conversation was being handled in quite the right fashion.
I want to try to address the
If I make a comment.
Sure.
And it's, and I certainly appreciate, what the people in Skyview and what this gentleman's been saying, but the, any type, of an expansion would not be using water that Skyview has. There would not be wells drilled on Skyview property. We're talking about, if I'm reading this correctly, that other additional water supply wells potentially would go on town property. And if that water were then brought into and integrated into the Skyview system in a manner approved by the state and by Pennachuck and by the Public Utilities Commission, it would really be a benefit to Skyview because they have 2 water supply wells now, and as he said, if something goes wrong with one of those wells or both of the wells, if there was another well or 2 that had water available and happened to go through the same water pipes, it would be fully treated water. It would be owned and operated by Pennachuck Water. And so there's a lot of steps ahead of us here that would have to be taken care of, but it wouldn't be done any other way than full approvals.
Jim?
I'd like to thank Mr. Lewis for making that point clear. Again, to reassure you that no negative result would result. It's only to use the pipe system as a pass-through. When the planning board, I wasn't on the board at the time, the chairman was, when the development was first proposed, the stubs, if you will, were left to the edges of the property for this very purpose. It would be an addition of water, and I don't want to say again what Mr. Lewis said, but it's not a taking away of, it's an addition of water. I think what we all need to understand is up on your particular portion of town, you have some very good performing wells, and you have some small areas with almost no yield at all. So there's a very interesting hydrogeological system underneath your ground there. Some people have pure rock for 2,000 feet and aren't able to capture any of the fissures that would bleed the water from the deep aquifers. So what this board, I think, and the Water Commission is attempting to do is to find another source and add it on to your source, which really is a complement to your source, because your 2 wells are just 2 wells, and should something happen to them, it'd be nice to know that there's another source with a potential greater than your yield. We know that you're at capacity. We know that. Your design capacity, because you have a fire capacity designed into it, is at 64 homes. We know that. No one is attempting to take away from that.
We're assuming that the water adding in is more than sufficient or has adequate supply or additional supply.
It would have to be.
For the other homes. Otherwise, you're not helping add water into
That's
ours.
correct.
And again, we're still,
If
your
it were
neighbor's not going to
not
build
quantity
into
and
your
quality,
well.
it won't go any further than that.
Can't happen if it doesn't.
Somebody's going to have to go up there and test to see if that's even remotely feasible. And if it's not, then it's none of, everything that's been discussed, it just ends. It doesn't happen. So they're not going to go up there and drill a well and say, oh, we found a well, but it's got dirty water, let's throw it into Skyview. That wouldn't happen. It's just not. The state and Pennachuck has extremely high standards up there. And this is just maybe could potentially happen, but nobody knows until they get up there and they drill wells and they see if there is additional water up on the town property, and it has to be quantity and quality that can go into that piping system. Nobody's even remotely thinking about taking any water away from Skyview.
I guess it just depends on how you want to interpret it, and it's obviously above our pay grade to determine. But again, Mr. Don Ware said in an email dated December 13th at 9:50 a.m., the proposed development will have no access to the water system from Skyview Community Wells. So if you're tying into our water lines, that's access to our system. The Skyview water system can never be expanded beyond the original approved 63 homes. Any questions, please let me know. Thank you, Don.
That's
And
the
I'd be happy to leave a copy of that for you.
That's the Skyview water system, right? And this would be an additional water system next to it on the town property that would be using the underground infrastructure, the piping system and the pump house. It wouldn't be using the wells from Skyview, was what would be proposed. And it might not even be proposed. It's just something that
You're quoting the Pennachuck gentleman, right?
President
Yeah.
of the company, yes.
Yeah,
I'm not quoting, it's an email he sent us, so yes,
Right.
quoting.
And understand that Pennachuck, once a person like Mr. Lewis designs a system, they turn it over to Pennachuck. They only take it if it meets their criteria, and their criteria, along with the state's, is extremely stringent. And it's very costly to these developers to build these systems, to hand them over to Pennachuck to manage for you. So Pennachuck would have to be 100% in the program.
We appreciate that. I'm stating what the president of Pennachuck just stated, so just for the record.
All right.
Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Yep. Yep, come forward. We're still going to try to limit everybody to like 3 minutes, and hopefully new.
My name's Charlie Slattery, and I live on Aspen Drive in Skyview. And I just,
Can you speak into the mic so we can hear you? Because if you're talking to yourself, it's not going to do us any good.
I thought I was
We
talking
hear you,
loud
but
enough.
they don't hear you.
Okay. My questions, I guess, are for Mr. Lewis, because I understand what you're saying, and I'll be the devil's advocate here, because I think we could have a benefit from you guys putting in another water system on town land and pumping it back to us. Maybe we can put sprinkler systems in. So there is that possibility. But this thing is so far premature, because you don't know if you haven't got a geological study, you don't know where the water is, he doesn't know what it's going to take. You're talking about one thing feeding 18 houses, and then you're talking about Slavin, and you're talking about Nicholson, and you're talking about Maria, and that's another 150, 200 houses. What's the water system going to be? What's the storage capacity going to have to be? Because those two 30,000-gallon tanks that are in our water system right now are not adequate for that. I think you'd admit to that. I mean,
Yeah, that-
storage capacity alone, you'd outrun that thing in a minute.
You should address your comments.
Yeah, comment, right.
Okay.
Everything has to
Right.
legally go through the chair.
So I'm
And it
kind
was
of,
never proposed to start putting hundreds of houses on it. What we're aware of is there's maybe 50 houses that are in desperate, dire need of additional water to their,
I get it, but those 50 houses aren't 50 houses, one right next to the other. They're 50 houses scattered throughout those streets.
Yep.
So you got to run the pipes all the way down the street to get it there. So, but still, I'm not against this. I'm just saying this is so premature because we don't know what we don't know. And there's a lot of stuff that has to come way ahead of sending any water from the Skyview system, tying anything in to go anywhere until you get the geological study done and then actually come up with a proposed system. I mean, he may come back and tell you that you need a 800,000 gallon tank up in the air to supply this.
It won't get built. Right.
But that's what we don't know. That's my only point, is that it's a little premature
Well,
for this.
right now, what we do know is we have a developer that owns a piece of land that may be willing to start putting in a piece of the infrastructure through that long development. And that's all we know at this point. We don't even know if there's going to be an additional water supply.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Come forward and state your name and address for the record. Go ahead.
Want to cut her off?
Yep,
Yeah, she had some information about wells.
yep.
No?
No.
Go ahead,
I don't have
Daniela.
one, no. It's okay. No, I actually just want to add to the discussion from the abutter that I'm just very grateful that we're actually having discussion on this, because I think since 2014, from my research, everybody over there has had some kind of issues with their water. So with that, I do want to thank Mr. Miser, if I said that correctly, and Mr. Lewis for even offering discussion for a possible water source to help the residents.
And they don't have to be even doing this tonight because they're not even
They
looking to
don't.
do this part of the development just yet.
No, they don't. So I thank you for that.
They have a target on their backs right now for
Mr.
no
Chairman,
reason.
and another thing, it wasn't mentioned that this discussion tonight is purely conceptual for this
Yes.
subdivision. It's not, we're not going to accept this for consideration tonight. This is conceptual. So the gentleman that came up, I know you haven't spoken yet, but the gentleman that came up before, this is the chicken before the egg. No one's jumping the gun here by any
No,
means.
not even at all. Go ahead.
My name's Andrew Pierce, live at 28 Majestic Ave, which is obviously part of Skyview. Just a couple of points I wanted to make for consideration and consideration as the conversations go deeper. One is Skyview's contract with Pennachuck is such that if our wells ever ran dry, Pennachuck is actually legally responsible to truck water in. So adding another well and saying that's a benefit to us, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but we wouldn't be reliant upon another water source other than Pennachuck because they're responsible for it. The question that I would have is based on, if I'm understanding the location of the town land and where you could potentially add a well, it sounds like geographically it's close to where our well is now in Skyview. Is that correct?
I don't know the number of feet. Could be 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet away.
If we could see this plan. I don't see that plan anyway, but.
Do you want a tax map?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's not on the tax map that we submitted, but it is up to the rear of Aspen Drive. It's out beyond there, so, yeah.
Okay. So that's
It would have to be a
relatively,
considerable distance in order to get an approved well radii from the state that would be large enough to make sure that that well, like Yale Well, would never be contaminated from septic systems and vehicular traffic, stuff like that.
well, I guess the billion-dollar question that I have would be, we've heard, not only tonight, but everybody in this room has probably heard horror stories about subdivisions going in, people's individual wells being affected. What guarantees are there that throwing a well that's relatively close to our wells and our tanks wouldn't do the exact same thing to the output of our wells? I can tell you last summer, there were heavy restrictions, and Pennachuck sent in writing saying, we are taxing the system, we are dangerously low, and they put a cease and desist on any outdoor watering, and also said if we don't stop limiting water uses in general, that they were going to have to put more restrictions on us. So if the new well were to impact the amount of water that our wells put out, then you're affecting 62 or 63 homes.
Well,
And that has to be
in a
taken into
scenario
consideration.
where they would be looking to install another well and tie it in conjunction with the ones that they already have at Pennachuck, I'm assuming that Mr. Lewis could probably elaborate on this, but the rates of the draws would be taken into consideration when they test a well. They also check the surrounding wells to see in a large, I'm not even sure what they call a large draw well, but there's,
Yeah, if I might.
the name.
Yeah, I might be able to help out a little bit with that, is whenever a new well goes in for community wells now, the state requires to take a look at where the new well is going to be, and then they'll take 1,000-foot radius around that well. Wells that fall within that radius, or even came close to it, have to be monitored the entire time, well, before, during the entire time of a pumping test, and then after that. And the pumping tests that are done today probably outside of, normal day-to-day water use, you're testing it probably 4 times that quantity to get a state approval. But then, like, if your wells were tested, that all goes into a final report where that's closely looked at by the hydrogeologists at the state to determine if there is any type of an impact, and then they would project from there what would have to be done about it before they'd give it an approval. So I think you'd be well protected.
Great. And if I could actually steal you, Mr. Lewis, for one last question. So if if a tank is added and the water is being run through the current water infrastructure, the pipes of Skyview, we sometimes have water pressure issues in some of our houses. Yes. So how do we ensure that if the residents and the neighborhoods below Skyview have a certain demand on that water, how do we ensure that we have the same quantity of water, but also we maintain our water pressure so that we're not running into water pressure issues?
That's a good question. And the way that would be addressed is, right now, all the water at Skyview is stored in 2 very large below-ground concrete tanks. And so all the water that leaves their pumping station is pressurized water, and the pumping is controlled. And so the way that would be improved is likely the pumps inside the pump station would either have a pump added, or maybe exchange a pump and put in a little bit larger pump. And that would guarantee the flow and pressure to you folks would not be impaired at all.
Does that help at all, or?
That's it. Thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
again, this is very, very conceptual. This is not even remotely something that is going to happen. Come forward. Yeah. Name and address.
Good evening, my name is Brenda Finney. I live on Nicholas Lane.
Nicholas.
I have the property that corners Marie Ave as well. So the water issue directly impacts my neighborhood. We are also impacted by Skyview. We see their above-ground irrigation systems when we walk regularly, which we know they are not allowed to have below ground, but yet they have above ground. We are always curious as to who is policing that, since they have the greenest lawns in the area, and the rest of us have brown lawns because we can't even shower. People in our neighborhood can't shower, can't do laundry. So we're curious as to, obviously, the impacts that not only the Skyview use of the water in our neighborhood has, the new well, and if it will benefit us. I'm also concerned about the wildlife impact. You're looking to put Marie Ave through, make that a throughway. That's going to directly abut my property, which has wetlands on it.
When you say wildlife in a throughway, are you talking about a potential stub of pavement onto your?
It looks like The plan to me looks like it will be a
This is a conceptual plan, there's
Correct.
no, we don't have any idea at this point if that would be pushed through there, or if it could be pushed through to Majestic Avenue, because there's also a potential stub up there, no stub at all, not pushed through anywhere. This is not part of the discussion, this is just a conceptual to see whether or not this neighborhood would be potentially for or against extending this line, what the repercussions would be, things of that
Has the
nature.
environmental impact for the wildlife corridor that is in that area been reviewed?
On a conceptual plan, we can't get into all kinds of things like that because we would have to accept a plan for consideration. We don't have a plan to do that. This is a conceptual plan to talk about this water supply line. It's not here to discuss how many.
Right, but the water supply line would be directly down a roadway or what would be a future roadway. You're not going to run a water supply line down just,
Right, correct, right.
so it would be,
Water line down that road to Sherburne Road with the potential to be able to tap a stub towards, I think that's Marie Ave. It's not marked on our plan, but you said it's Marie Ave?
yes.
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to mark that here. Yeah, yeah, I mean, there could be a potential to get it over to Skyview if somebody had like almost no water on some of those lots and they allowed and paid for a stub off of that to potentially go through their lot to bring some water to Skyview someday.
To
This is a-
Skyview, I'm sorry. Skyview is.
Scenic View, I'm sorry, Scenic View,
Right, that's,
on the other side. It's not shown on here, but this is a conceptual.
Scenic View also has
So
significant water
someday,
impacts.
when this really comes in front of this board with something that we can accept for consideration and get into detailed discussions on, like we did on the 3-lot, and that's why I try to make the discussion on that, only on that, because where this is a conceptual, we're trying not to let the public,
So also, until we know how much water we can,
we don't know how much water, we don't know if
Right.
there's any water, there might not be one drop.
Exactly.
There might not be any line coming
and so
down
then this
here
is all
at all.
for naught,
Yep,
if that's the case.
yep, very conceptual.
Well, a couple of things.
Jim?
There's a lot going on at once here. It's a lot for everyone to absorb, and I've been in it, and I'm still getting new information every moment here. Early on, the chairman of the Water Commission, the newly formed and hopefully to expand Water Commission, which if by your vote you expand their authority to cover the entire town, I believe it's a good thing. You're going to see that on your ballot. That Water Commission is in its very early stages of engineering and research. We've hired an engineering firm, and if I'm understanding this right, I'm getting a nod from the head of the chairman, there's a potential to get water from Draken.
Correct.
So that's not, I'm going to say that's not a finite supply. That would be a solid supply if this didn't work.
We're still talking about people in our neighborhood that cannot shower, cannot do laundry.
And we, us all, are trying desperately to get that resolved. That's what all this discussion is about. It's a very complicated, multi-layered matter. And the stub that you're talking about, that you were concerned with, that this builder would propose to put there, is to service your area.
Correct.
So all of these things have to come together. It's going to be complex and drawn out for a period of time, I suspect. And we just hope that we can all resolve it together by working together and not becoming...
What's difficult is when we saw Chardonnay go in,
Yeah.
that directly impacted homes on our street, existing homes.
And
And
that-
it's frustrating and scary that the board is not helping us protect our property, helping us protect our investments. And we, as our neighborhood, are hoping that that's what you're going to do, is help us protect our investments,
That
as is stated in the New Hampshire Bill of Rights.
There's 7 regular members up here and a whole bunch of alternates. We're all just citizens like you with the same problems. And we know that your area is in crisis. And that is our 100% resolve right now. That's the whole purpose of this Water Commission's reforming, regrouping, and coming to the selectmen, getting the initial money to hire the engineering firm that's going to do our studies, and maybe maybe we'll get a hydrogeologist study done too. It's about money too.
Believe me, we all understand, because we're all penny pinched, which is why most people in our neighborhood can't
So we're-
afford to go
we're
out
over
and
the,
spend money to,
We're over the amount of time that I want to try to give each abutter, because we have like a massive amount of abutters. We have a
Thank you.
massive pile of paperwork here. Thank you for your input. Next, abutter that would like to give us any input? We can't resolve, we're not going to resolve any problems, anybody's particular problem tonight, because this is a conceptual plan only. Go ahead.
My name is Christina Millward. I live on 20 Nicholas Lane. I first do want to say I thank you for everything that you guys are trying to do. I have been up here many of times before, partly with Skyview, also when Chardonnay was being built. Chardonnay was built, the cul-de-sac is in my backyard. The two homes that are brand new built on Nicholas are my two neighbors. I was very concerned about the water. I expressed that up here. I felt at that time it was kind of said to me, there's no study to show like any direct impact of the developments, how it would affect my water. I no longer am showering in my home. I have two of us that can shower in my home. I have my husband who now pays for a gym membership to shower there. I have a daughter who is showering at school. I am no longer doing laundry in my home. Just from September to now, I've spent over $500 at the laundromat to do laundry. Never mind my time. I can't have family functions anymore. I have 4 huge, I don't even know how big they are, tanks in my backyard that we fill with water to put in my well. This has all drastically changed. I've lived there for 8 years. In the last 8 months to a year, I have run out of water constantly. I did not live like this. I could shower, run tubs, do laundry, do my dishes. I cannot do that anymore. I can't afford to truck water out. We are hurting. I can't sell my home. There's no water. And now to think that another development could come in, and I really do appreciate that there is something, trying to work out, but it is hard to sit back there and listen to some people come up and it's about, they can't have water, their water lawn, their lawn watered, or, maybe they want to drill and put new, wells in for that. Those developments have affected Nicholas and Marie drastically that I can't live. I have 2 children that we have to decide who's going to be stinky today and who's going to get to shower. I shouldn't have to live like this. And then I get my tax bill and I see my taxes go up and I can't live in my home the way I should live in my home. I bought in Pelham to raise my children and to have an investment, and I'm stuck. And I stood up here many of times with the developments coming, saying this is going to affect us, and it just drastically happened to us. So I'm sitting up here just so that you hear my story. It's easy to say people are having water problems, but you need to hear what's going on over there, and it's only going to get worse. So if for some reason there is no water up there, we need another solution. And that's it.
Yep. Luckily, we have Kimberly working on that, and I appreciate you coming up and telling us that story.
How does the development get?
Would somebody else like to come up and take the mic, give us 3-4 minutes of your time and tell us what you're thinking? Because we need to know what's going on in the neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick. The abutter that just spoke, it was her chickens that I was trying to get water for, that I was babysitting for 2 weeks or a week, and that ran out of water. So that's what got me motivated to start really educating the board on this, so.
Yeah, this is a problem that this area has, this neighborhood has, from Scenic View up to Chardonnay and down,
Yeah.
heading across Sherburne Road. it's not going away, and we're trying to cover all of the avenues. I mean, I can't tell you how many emails I get forwarded to me from Kim Aber, who is doing a tremendous job for you all in the community. I don't know if any of you have met Kim personally, but she keeps me posted on all kinds of stuff that she's doing. And when we're trying to work with the developer for something like this, one of the discussions that her and I had was that the 3 lots across the street on Sherburne Road, if they're going to have wells that have, 4 gallons per minute on that side, and they're closer to the pond where there seems to be maybe more water, so they shouldn't be tapping into this pipeline here. It should be, if there's an abundance of water and it can maybe support 50 houses, it should be for the people, like the lady that just came here, that really, really need it. But this might not even happen. I mean, at some point, you're going to probably drill a well, I guess, and see if there's even any water up there. There might not be water, and if there is, it might be on the same vein as what's already there now, so it can't be used. We won't know until you do a little bit more research, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I agree with everything that you just said, and I think it's important to know that we came in with this to show you folks what we're trying to put this together. This is a benefit to the community. It's a benefit to the people around there. We just wanted to show you, the lady on the board had asked me if we had anything going on over there, if we thought about it, and we said, yeah, we'll come in. And we just want to show you, we're not trying to push this on you. We're not, we're trying to work with the Water Commission and everybody else for a benefit for both the town and the landowner here. So all the things that we're proposing are good things for other people in this area. This is all good. We're not stealing their water, we're not grabbing their water, we're not using their water. We're proposing to add water to it all. And I'm not certain that the abutters are getting that message, but that is the message, is we're looking to add water into the supply, the system.
Planning board members have any questions for the applicant on this water line?
I got a statement.
What's that, Patty?
Mr. Miser, you've done an outstanding job.
Well, thank you.
This is the balls.
Sir, would you like to come say something?
My name is Richard Loader. I'm at 32 Majestic, top of the hill.
32 what?
32 Majestic.
Majestic, okay.
And with all due respect to Mr. Lewis, if you connect a pipe to my water line at any point, your water is my water. Simple as that. It depends on the usage. It's entirely dependent upon the usage. If the people in the new development draw more water at any given time of the day, it could even end up in a suction issue. So there's a few things. If I drill a well over there in that corner, you drill a well over in this corner, my water is your water. The aquifer is not that, it's not that predictable. And certainly, I don't know what you say, 1,000-foot radius or something? That could be the case, but it's probably not likely. Not up in a granite-filled area like that. One vein is going to go into the next vein. I have an issue with pressure. The Pennachuck came up and they put a meter on my water, and I didn't get the results of the test. I don't know what they were, but all of my neighbors have pumps, auxiliary pumps. I don't have a pump. I can tell you when my neighbor turns his shower on. I can see it in my flow. That tells me that I'm at that margin. Now, I think what they did is they went down and they turned the pressure up a little bit on the pumps. Now that gets to be a plumbing issue, because all of the homes in Skyview are all shock bite connectors or push to connect. In those type of connectors, you go up around 65, 70, 80 pounds. It's an iffy thing. You burst one, you go away for the day, you're going to have a house full of water. So I would say that we got to have Mr. Lewis give us a little education about the aquifers, a little bit about head pressure and height. We're at 666 feet up there. Down the bottom of the hill, it's around 300. So we need more education here.
Yes, there's going to be a lot of everything looked into. Thank you. Al?
Yeah. I would like to understand how a development can be started, and we see the impact on the neighboring property, how that project doesn't get shut down. Do we have the right to do that?
Yeah.
Can I help with that answer?
I don't have an answer for that.
Well, there is yes, there is. There is a statute, and we could use that. We can hold up a development because of a problem. We got to be very careful how we do that, but we're working towards that end if it needs to happen. But we're trying to resolve it without that needing to happen. But we can, yes, we can. I'll have our attorney give you all the legal background for that if you want, but we can say no.
So before a subdivision is approved, can we determine that's likely to be a problem? Can we analyze that?
Can you analyze what?
Well, you've got a situation where you've got a development now that apparently is draining from the abutment close.
Do you want to know if we can analyze how much water is under the ground?
No. If you've got a case where, can we determine that them drilling a well is going to pull water from this thing, or we find that it is happening, we should be able to stop that until they find a solution for it. And can we do that? And can we get that information?
I think I might have said earlier that the state would allow like a one-year moratorium on building, but then you're right back to where you are now, as opposed to trying to solve the problem, and we don't have the ability to get water lines throughout the town of Pelham from someplace. We don't have a source yet. We don't have the money. It would have to be appropriated. It would have to go on a ballot. And so Kimberly is trying to work on that with the Water Commission and Sam and other members. And this is just one little section of pipe in order to do any kind of water supply, you have to have infrastructure in the ground. And if you have infrastructure in the ground and somebody is out of water, then you can potentially bring water in from another town somehow that has a river, so they have an abundance of water. Like Drakett's water comes from Lowell, comes from the Merrimack River. It gets highly treated and pumped up, and like a lot of houses in Dracut along the line, they have to put pumps in their houses to get enough pressure on the individual house, because the more you push water, the less pressure you get eventually.
I understand.
This is not a solution. This is just
Well, I guess I understand what you're saying, but somehow or other, if we knowingly realize that we're going to be pulling water from an adjacent house, we should be able to do something about it. And I guess we're saying we can't, and I don't understand
Well,
that.
we're trying in a lot of different avenues. A lot of different people are trying a lot of different ways. Sir,
Yes, Steve White, 16 Chardonnay Road. I may be on a new road, but I'm not new to town. I've been here over 60 years, showing my age a little bit, almost as long as Jimmy. The little white farmhouse on the 3-acre subdivision, I think there's only one person living there at this time, and he's on his way out of there. So if they're looking at that well and testing it, and they're saying they're getting so many gallons a minute, there's been virtually no drain on that well for quite some time. So I think that needs to be checked out, but where's the oversight on wells in town? On Chardonnay Road, there's 8 homes. The well is right next to my lot. I'm lot 2. Lot 3 has the well. Lot 2, the pump house is on my property with all kinds of easements. I can't use 1/4 of my property because of all this stuff. I've been down, Jen's been a big help. But we were told that we had 33 gallons a minute to feed 8 homes out of that well. The builder told us. Who told the builder, though? How is this really monitored? When someone drills a well, the well company's in there, and they say, oh yeah, you got 8 gallons a minute, you got 6 gallons a minute. Is there a process that they use that everyone uses? Are we getting accurate reports? Because we use Hosco, that's our well company, Hampstead Area Water. They came out 11:30 one night during the summer, and I understand we had a very, very dry year. We lost our water. So we had 8 homes in there now with 0 water. They came out, it was either Saturday or Sunday night at 11 o'clock at night. They were there within a half an hour. It's a great company. They got the water back at some point, but I had to go out there periodically through the night, shut the system down and turn it back on so the well had time to rejuvenate itself. They ended up coming out after. They put a transducer down to measure our level. They monitored it for weeks. And in the end, they lowered the pump another couple hundred feet into the well. So we had an issue up there. But the builder thinking we have 33 gallons a minute. I never would have bought a house up there. I was on the other side of town. Water was perfectly fine. But you listen to this. Who is accurate when they're telling you you've got so many gallons a minute? So I would say these 3 homes going on the southern side of Sherburne, let's get this well tested for a good amount of time, not a 2-hour run to see what they're getting. Let's let this thing rip for 8, 10, 12 hours. But also, our community well, I think, is within that 1,000-foot area. Let's monitor that well, because you're going to get 8 homes if you monitor one well to figure out what's going on in that area. So, I don't know, where is the oversight with wells? Do people need permits to drill wells? Are we getting some type of an accurate, certified reading out of a well? I don't think so. In the old days, they'd drill a well, and the guy from the well company would hold the hose into a 5-gallon bucket and look at his watch. Oh yeah, you're getting 6 gallons a minute, no problem at all. And our builder says, you got a geyser over there, a geyser, whatever they call it, 33 gallons a minute. We're getting 11 maximum. When we had our issue, we were lucky to get 4. 4 gallons a minute for 8 homes, not going to work. So I never knew there was a problem like this on this side of town. I would have stayed on the Salem side if I would have known that.
Mr. Lewis, do you know what the present procedure is to find out how many gallons a minute that the wells are producing? What is the actual procedure?
Well, I think in the case of Chardonnay, or in the case of the 3 wells that we were talking about earlier, there's I think there's a town regulation in Pelham that specifies, even on a single-family home well, that it has to be tested for quantity and quality. And Pelham has a very thorough water quality side to what they ask for. And so I think that just following that procedure is going to be, I think is suitable to do. I think the other thing is, when you're talking about like individual family wells and with somebody elderly living in a farmhouse, okay, they're probably not using much water, but the fact of the matter is, with the new homes today, and setting aside irrigation, the average new home is probably going to be using less than 200 gallons of water a day. So even if you have a 4-gallon-a-minute well, and 200 gallons is talking about the well having to work 50 minutes out of a 24-hour day. And most wells, especially the ones for small homes, they work by pumping little pressure tank, shut off. And so there is a cycle, of course, of water use during the day, get up in the morning, take a shower, have breakfast, go to work.
We all understand that. I just wanted to know what the procedure was to test how many gallons of water come out of a well.
Well, the way it would be done is you'd have a company come in, and like a Hosco, they are a very good company, and they would take and perform a test where they put a level monitoring device down the well, pump the well at a certain number of gallons per minute, and then monitor how fast is the well dropping or not, or does it drop a certain level and specify and then stop. And then that will, give a good determination of the quantity of water
So they
in
would
the
measure
well.
the actual depth of the well, put the device in there, pump it down at
Exactly.
varying rates to determine the actual gallons they could
Right.
pull out of the well before it starts dropping.
Right, and as this gentleman said, when Hosco came out and investigated, I guess one thing about the well that they have is that they had the opportunity to lower the well.
We were lucky.
They didn't come in and say, oh, we have to drill a brand-new well.
And I think we still have another 100, 150 feet to go if we need to, but every time they come out, it's just dollar signs.
Right.
What's it cost now for a foot of wire for a submersible pump? I mean, all those prices are crazy.
Right, and if you go deep enough, you need a bigger pump.
Correct. So we have a 1,500-gallon tank, not 1,000. We have a 1,500-gallon tank for 8 homes, because they said 200 to 250 per day per house. That's our reserve that we have, and that's it. So oversight, that's what I'm getting at here is, let's figure out what this well's producing over here, and then when the other two are drilled, what they're producing, but also they need to monitor this well over here. We're within that 1,000-foot radius. When I was on St. Margaret Drive, they built a 55 and over when we used to have 55 and overs. Jimmy Peterson did that one, 30, 35 homes right in your backyard. They came and put a transducer on my well on St. Margaret Drive just to make sure that I was going to be okay. And they ran that thing, I think he said they ran it for 24 hours when they put the well down there. So let's just get the proper protocol in place for these wells that are going in and make sure we're not damaging anyone else around. I had no idea that Chardonnay Road was killing Nicholas. I had no idea. But like I said, if I would have known this water problem from the beginning, I would have stayed on the other side of town. Thank you.
Jen?
Yeah, I just want to make a correction to something I had said earlier. I pulled up our well ordinance. I had said it was 4 gallons a minute for a 2-hour period. The older regulations was 5 gallons a minute for a 2-hour period. It is now 4 gallons per minute over a 4-hour period. So those are the tests that they're submitting when they're applying for a building permit currently.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
You know
And
what the standard is for the state for wells?
I don't think the state has a fixed standard for single-family home wells, but they do have a standard for the community water system wells. And like this gentleman was talking about, the community water system wells do have a much more rigorous approval process and monitoring process that has to go on before they can be approved. And so I think that that's, and when you go through all those steps, never say never, but it's rigorous enough that for the most part, you're not interfering, with other people's wells, and the wells themselves should hold up over a long period of time. But I've certainly, doing this for a number of years, there are certain cases where people had gone in and used wells and then with no control on irrigation, and they just overpumped their wells, bedrock wells, and then those wells lost capacity. Well, that makes sense.
I'm going to cut you off, Patty. I'm going to cut off everybody. We have like a massive agenda tonight, so Kurt, we're going to have to push you off to the next meeting to go back to your three-lot plan again. And as far as this conceptual part, we're going to have to postpone this because we have just so many things we've got to get to tonight. It's already 9:30. Way more time than I think that this plan can take right now. So are you amenable to come to the next meeting or 2 meetings out, or?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear your question.
We're going to have to push you off to a future meeting because we got to move along, and this is just, we're not going to get through our entire agenda tonight if we don't.
Okay.
So, Jen, is the next meeting a public hearing, and how busy is it? And
It is. The next meeting is a public hearing. I don't know, there might be a couple of other items on there as well. You could probably put this one on there. It's not an agenda like this.
right, is this agenda? We're barely even denting this right now.
Well, I understand, and I appreciate the time. Again, we did this as much for the board as we did for ourselves. Is there any way that we can address the items that, to me, it seems like it's a small list of what would be conditions on this, should the board find a way to give us a conditional approval tonight? And I would make the suggestion that the conditions that we would put on here are an amended NHDES subdivision plan. And I really think that's all that we had, if I can remember correctly.
I have written down test pits in the 4K area. Condition of approval will be drill wells before the permits will be issued.
Correct.
Possible deed restriction on the backland not being buildable. Install LED systems to infiltrate surface water from the roof and the driveways. That was all I had.
Right, so if we were to stipulate that we would accept those.
But the thing is, I don't know if this board would be, I mean, our brains are scrambled right now, Craig. I think I'd really like to have a couple of weeks in between to the next meeting to digest this and get this clear of what we looked at, go back to that 3-lot.
Okay.
It's not fair to the public that just walked out and us as planning board members and you to rush this through. So, does anybody feel any different on that? Does anybody want to try to act on this tonight?
No.
Seeing a lot of head shaking.
What's the date of the next meeting?
January 5th. It's a Thursday.
Sorry to do that to you, Craig. I've never had to do this before, to push an applicant off like that voluntarily, but we are just buried here. This is the worst meeting we'll have ever had.
Is there a reason it's Thursday?
Yes, with the holiday being Sunday, we're closed on Monday.
Understood.
Yep.
Perfect.
So what is it, Jen?
Thank you.
It's January 5th. It's a Thursday.
Would that work for you, Kurt? Or would you have to go off to the following one? Are you available to show up at a planning board meeting on Thursday?
Yeah, we will be available, and appreciate your time. The next time, I presume we won't talk about
really sorry about this,
the
Kurt,
other
but we
portion.
have to, we really gotta
And I
move
thank
on.
the boards for the indulgence on that.
We appreciate you starting to look into what you're doing on the conceptual.
And Patty, I
And,
appreciate your
What I would like to do right now is take about a 10-minute recess, and we will be back at 20 minutes of 10, unfortunately.
You might either have to write a
Okay, we could bust out chocolates. I know.
Okay, we're back. We're going to move on to case number PL 2022-00035. It's Randy and Kim Aubrey, 8 Sandy Circle, and they have a 2-bedroom accessory dwelling unit that they would like to do. They have 2.2 acre property. This would be over a detached 3-stall garage. And is there anybody here that would represent?
Hey, Tim, speaking to your mic a little bit.
Did you hear anybody here?
Oh, there you go.
There we
Yeah.
go. Huh. I'm right on top of my mic. All right, so I'm going to start over. Case PL 2022-00035. It's Randy and Kim Aubrey. Is there anybody here representing that plan? Could you come forward? And this is for an accessory dwelling unit. Yep, I can hear myself now.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the abutters list for you?
Yeah, we need to get the abutters list in.
We have Elaine Linda Hall, 25 Simpson Mill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Mabel Walterbach, 21 Simpson Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Patrick Cardwell, 17 Simpson Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Randy and Kimberly Aubrey, 8 Sandy Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. Richard and Denise Gaynor, 13 Simpson Mill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Allison Cunningham and Mark Lances, 11 Simpson Mill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robin and Paul Schiller, 2 Sandy Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kristen and James Evans, 4 Sandy Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. Karen Genitor, 6 Sandy Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. Michael Wagstaff, 7 Sandy Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Kimberly and Randy Aubrey, 8 Sandy Circle, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Kathy Chattel from the Kathy F. Chattel Revocable Trust, 36 Kens Way, Pelham, New Hampshire.
Okay. Scott, you're going to be voting on this one? And for the record, you are?
I am Randy Aubrey, 8 Sandy Circle.
Okay. We want to accept this plan for consideration? Does anyone make a
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That would be a 1, 2, 6, 7, that's a 7-0-0 vote. All right. Patty is not with us anymore tonight, so, but everybody else is. All right. Jen has told me that this is completely ready. She has looked it over and it's missing nothing. Is that correct, Jen?
It is. I went through all of the criteria, and they've met everything that I can find. I just, obviously, it's up to the board to decide how it looks and where it's going, but other than that, all of the administrative stuff has been received.
Okay. Approximately how far from the road is the detached garage?
Corner of the building, approximately 60 feet.
What is it, 60?
60 feet.
So that's a considerable distance. Is there any screening? It looks like there might be a tree line there as well.
There's, along a stone wall is the side yard setbacks. There's a stone wall, approximately 20 feet to the closest corner.
Any other questions from board members? or-
I got one question only, just because I'm not sure. On a building like this, does it need to have a foundation, or can it be on a slab?
A garage would normally have a frost wall. They dig down usually 4 feet, so there's like a 4-foot wall, and then the garage floor is poured. Is that,
This will have a foundation, yes.
Thank you.
any other questions from board members right now? I'm going to open it to the public then. Do any members of the public want to talk about this plan? This is an ADU, which is an accessory dwelling unit. Hearing no response, I'm going to bring it back to the board, close it to the public. Everything looks like it's in order. Anybody like to make any motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit for a two-bedroom accessory dwelling unit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that's 700. You've been approved.
Thank you. I thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you. We are going to move on to PL 2022-0038. It's Matthew Welch, 33 Brookview Drive, seeking approval of a site plan for a general home occupation in a residential district. Are you Matthew?
Yes, I'm Matthew Welch of 33 Brookview Drive.
Danielle, do we have an abutters list?
Yes, I'll read the abutters list. We have Paul and Jolene Susi, Revocable Trust, 40 Brookview Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Rachel Parent, Daniel Daigle, 11 Heritage Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kenneth and Greg Telpin Family Trust, 31 Brookview Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Matthew Welch, 39 Brookview Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. John and Joanne White, 62 Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Sebastian Descrio, 75 Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jennifer Gilligan, 77B Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Richard Heldry Revocable Trust, 77A Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. David and Jane Provincial Trust, Provincial Family Revocable Trust, 68 Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. David and Jay Provincial, 66 Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Amy and Victor Rodriguez, bless you, 63 Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Francesco A. Magnilio Trust, 61 Nashua Road, Pelham, New Hampshire.
Scott, you're going to vote on this one as well?
Okay.
And then, John, you're going to vote on the remainder of the night? All right, go ahead.
So seeking site plan approval for my general home occupation. I have a welding and fabrication business. I received approval from the zoning board for special exception back on October 17th. So I'm here now for this board's approval on the finer details.
What kind of welding do you do?
Primarily TIG welding. I do a lot of stainless steel, really intricate parts.
Stainless. So is the welding inside, outside?
It's everything, the entire operation is contained within my garage.
In the garage. What would be like the size of the largest thing you would weld, approximate?
Maybe like a 3-foot wide by 6 or 7 foot long frame might be like the biggest thing, because I'm pretty limited on size and in the shop. You know, once you put equipment and everything in there, you really start to get walled in. But primarily, it's all desk size parts that I work with.
Do you do any aluminum as well, or just stainless?
I do all metals. Aluminum, not very much. Not a lot of market for it with the sort of niche that I'm in. I do a lot of vacuum chambers, which are all stainless steel. So that's the bulk of my clientele. So aluminum might come up here or there, but it's pretty rare.
Okay. Board members have questions for the applicant?
Make a motion to accept this plan for consideration?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That would be a 7-0-0 vote. I'm going to open it to the public at this point then. Members of the public like to speak on this site plan that's in front of us? For the record, your name and address.
Good evening, Bob and Sheila Taplin, 31 Brookview Drive. We're direct abutters.
I didn't catch the name.
Bob and Sheila Taplin, 31 Brookview Drive. We're direct abutters to the right or the east of this property.
Okay.
Not being doing a lot of public speaking, I've written down some words that I'd like to read. He said, we're direct abutters to the right or east of this property, a machine shop. Now that's he has a website, and in that website, he states that it's a machine shop. That sits 20 feet from our property line and 97 feet from our house. And I'd like to show a picture of this property. This picture was taken in the summer. About 2 weeks ago, he put a white vinyl fence right where the arborvitaes are. The arborvitaes are right on the property line. That's my property to the looking from the picture side. It's a 25 by 40 foot building, a metal commercial grade building. I need to get my glasses, my readers here. I would like to give the board a little history of this case. This hearing for a light industrial/light manufacturing machine shop was brought forward as a variance on July 11 to the Board of Adjustment. The board denied the variance unanimously, 5-0. Some of the reasons the board denied the variance was some members believed the criteria of diminished values would definitely apply to our property. Mr. Bergeron, being one of these members, said that it would affect our property value, being so close to this business, a machine shop. At the time, a lot of neighbors spoke out against having a machine shop in a residential neighborhood, and we all left the meeting believing that this was over and it was defeated. But no, 90 days later, another hearing was going to be heard for the same light industrial/light manufacturing business, a machine shop. Only this time, it was brought as a special exception, general home occupation. Both the planning director and the chairman of the Board of Adjustment believe that this should be a variance, as this is an industrial zone business. Somehow, this hearing was allowed to go forward with the criteria for a special exception home occupation being a lot easier to meet. This time, the Board of Adjustment approved this business 3-2, without ever mentioning from the first meeting of our property value being devalued, because for a home occupation special exception, it is an easier criteria and diminished value is not considered. This does not change the fact that our property value has more than likely declined, being next door to this business. This to us should never be allowed to happen to anyone. We bought our property 45 years ago, and surrounding neighbors even longer in a residential neighborhood, and thought it would always stay residential because businesses like this belong in the industrial zone, and the town would protect residential neighborhoods. There is an ordinance in the zoning laws, Article 12, Section 307-76, additional requirements for home occupation. Purpose and intent, Article number 2, protect residential areas and property values. This was not done in this case, protect residential areas and property values. We also think that anyone on this board who owns their own home would not want this to happen to them. The town has a MUZD, mixed-use zone district, for the center of town, and this board would not allow this type of business in it. So why in our residential neighborhood? At this time, we would like to ask the planning board to deny this business for the reasons just given, that this should have been a variance, and that decision for a variance in July was already given. It was denied unanimously, 5-0. Mr. Chairman, we hope you would decline this business, but if you don't, we would like to set conditions if, you decide not to agree with us.
Board members have,
I have a question.
Yeah.
When this got reheard from the zoning board, did they put operating hours on this? None?
When they do a meeting, they open it to the public, which you do, and then they close it to the public. We didn't put on ask for any conditions or any hours at that time because, you don't know if you're going to get defeated. And you can't come back and when they vote at the end of the meeting, there was no condition we could put on. So that's why I'm asking now,
Right, but
if you do defeat this,
that's what this board would do in a case like that where
Right.
they granted the general home occupation. Now it's up to this board to turn around and try to pick up the pieces and make it so that it's livable for you being next door, so.
Right,
that's
but
what
we're trying to see if you
we're
will
gonna have to
deny
come up
this
with those
business.
conditions now.
because I don't, somehow there's a loophole in the system, because anybody, if I was going to run a business to do this on a residential area, I'd do the same thing as he did. Bring it up as a variance. If you lose, then come forward as a special exception homeowner. You get 2 shots at it. That isn't right. That is not right. And he lost the first time because even the planning director believes it should be a variance, and Mr. Hennessy on the Board of Adjustment believes it should be a variance. Somehow he gets through, he lost that, but he was allowed to do it again. And then he won the second time, 3-2.
Jim?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, since my name was mentioned, I did sit on this case on the Board of Adjustment, and I'd like to make some clarifications to the statements Mr. Toplin made. The diminution in property value was found to be, could occur if the underlying district were changed, literally changed to an industrial district. It was a variance to change the zoning. And that would have been what's known out there in the legal world as spot zoning, where one small area is set aside and changed, its zoning is changed. The problem with a variance, a zoning change in the variance, it would run with the land. It would run forever. When a person comes in for a general home occupation, if they meet the criteria, that general home occupation is a temporary thing. It only stays there for the time that it's being applied to that property. It doesn't continue in perpetuity. It's not changing your residential district to industrial. So the reason I voted to stop the variance was because a variance to change the zoning would have been wrong in that area. But for a person to be able to come back in front of this board or any other board in any other town in New Hampshire with the same type of zoning, and lots of them do, you can come back and you can say, well, listen, I'm going to tone this down. I'm going to come back in. I want a general home occupation, and I want to meet all the requirements that this board could set and can set, including the conditions that you have in front of you that I want to hear. I'm sure we all want to hear. And that would allow that to go forward with those stipulations. But it would not be for, it's not a zoning change. It's just an occupation within the building. And it's very confined to those conditions. So I just want to make it clear that you said that you voted that there'd be a diminution in property values. You are correct. Had it gone through as a variance and changed the zoning, of course it would have. It could have had an effect because someone then could buy the property and do whatever's allowed in the industrial district. And that would have been wrong, in my opinion, as a person who safeguards zoning. What this is not that. This is a very particular use that's going to have the confines of the conditions that this board sets. So I just wanted you to understand what I was saying then and what I still say now, and I want, because you said it publicly, I want people to understand why I came to that reason, and I hope that you understand that.
Well, you know, he's going to have an industrial zone business in a residential area, even though it's not going to be zoned industrial, like you said, because it's not a variance. But it's still, when we go to sell our house, people look at ask, what's that building? He could have this for 30 years. He could, you know, we won't probably be here, but
Again, that building is there now, and that building has been there. So it's a question of what is he doing within the confines of the building? That building is there. That building is there for 30 years.
right, he says right in here, he wants light industry / light manufacturing. He's doing a machine shop. I think everybody here knows what a machine shop does. You work with metals, you build, you know, you make parts. You know, I wish him well if he was in an industrial zone. But to be right next door to, in a residential area, we had a lot of people spoke at that time, and were actually, how do I say, disgusted with what happened at the board. Because everything they said, the board doesn't seem to listen. The Board of Adjustment, we thought, everybody said it would change the character of the neighborhood. You now have a business like that in a residential area, it doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. That was one of the criteria. And like I said, there aren't people here tonight because they've just fed up. We've gone through this twice. We won the first time, and then we thought it was over. 90 days later, we're back here again. We had to come back here again, and we lost that time, which we were all stunned. How could this happen? How does a person get to do it twice?
If this does not meet all the requirements of a special exception for a general home occupation, it will not pass this board. So we have to go through those steps. We haven't begun that yet.
But I would like to put, if it is approved, I would like to put conditions that he agreed at that last meeting that they would be willing to do. I don't want to bring them up at this time because I'd like to see what your opinion is, because, you know, if you deny it, you know, there's no sense going through these conditions.
Was there a list of conditions that somebody had suggested?
Well, he himself at the meeting, he had an attorney, Mr. Dresser, and, let me see.
I'm a little confused with the fact that the applicant just came up and said that he was going to be doing welding, and now you're saying he's a machine shop.
Well, that's what's on his, it's on his website. He has a website for this business, and it says there's a machine shop. I don't know if I have.
Metal fabrication is what he...
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm just curious, you made a comment, what kind of business does he run? Like,
It says for his home occupation is machine, well, not machine shop, but he wants light, what is it?
Well, it's light industry, it says light industry, light manufacturing, but he actually lists it as metal fabrication.
But you made a comment about the type of business he runs. So what do you know about the business that he runs, just so we can understand?
We've never been in it. We're just going by his website. You know, we've had words over this because I don't agree with what's happening here. And I've never been in there. My wife will play the noise that we get from the building. On his website, he has a website, and on that website is his own website. It says it's a machine shop. Well, it says it's a machine shop.
So you don't know what type of business he runs?
He makes parts for a 3D company, and he'll take on all work. It's on his truck. It says he does welding, metal fabrication. He will do any work. That's basically what a machine shop will do. If a customer comes to him and says they want this, and that's his key, is he's trying to build up.
Talk to the board about the impact that his business has had on your house.
Well, it's 20 feet from our property line. We do get noise. It's not.
Hold on, the building is 20 feet from your property line, correct? So I'm asking you a question. What is the impact of his business on your property?
Well, we get noise. My wife will play the noise. He grinds, whatever he does, he grinds down wells or whatever he does.
During what times?
It's not every day. We agree with that. It's not every day. But there's noise, you know, that happens, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. If you allow this, then anything goes, right? I mean, we don't want to be the zoning police and have to keep coming back, and because once they get you allow it, things change. If you want, my wife will play.
You want to read them?
You want me to read the conditions that we would like, or would you like to hear the noise, the grinding noise that my wife has?
That's up to the chair. I don't need to hear a grinding noise.
What's that?
I don't need to hear a grinding noise.
Mr. Bergeron actually at that last meeting wanted to have a site walk to hear the noise, but the board didn't allow it, if you recall it, Mr. Bergeron. And Mr. Bergeron would have voted against it, but he didn't know what the noise, he wanted a site walk, but the board didn't allow that.
Right.
He wanted to hear the sound.
Mr. Chairman.
The ZBA granted this, and this board has the ability to put conditions on the operation, which we do on a regular basis on any site plan review. This is what we're doing. We're doing a site plan review that's been granted by the ZBA. Am I not correct in saying that, Jen?
Correct.
Right, so we're going to, normally, we're going to set hours of operation, we're going to set lighting, try to see what the operation does to try to limit, sound so that it's not completely obnoxious, so on and so forth.
Yeah, we were wondering if the board can deny this business, go beyond the Board of Adjustment, because like you said, we believe it should have been a variance. The planning director believes it should have been a variance. How it was allowed to go is a special exception. Home occupation, how did he get to do it the second time? Can't you deny that? Can't you say it should have been a variance? And yes, this should be denied, this business.
I don't know that you can just flat out deny it for that reason, considering there was an appeal period that has gone by on the decision that was made by the zoning board. So I don't know that this board could then go deny it when the appeal period did go by without anybody appealing the decision.
I've never heard of that being a case either. Normally what happens is the board puts conditions of approval on this, on what the ZBA did.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but in the first the variance, it was denied. He didn't appeal, and 90 days later, he brought it forward as a totally different thing, but doing the same exact thing. He brought it forward as a home occupation special exception, the same exact business.
Yeah,
that
he
was
made a
first
mistake
applied.
he made a mistake trying to go for a zoning change, because that just was not going to be allowed. That's just, legally, the ZBA couldn't do that, and they knew they couldn't do that. That's why they didn't do it. The applicant just didn't do his homework and should have gone in for this right from the beginning. He should not have gone in to try to get a variance for that, because it's just something that Jim explained it way better than I did. He was very articulate about it. I'm not the ZBA, but I do know a little bit about some of the RSA. So we are where we are right now we have this in front of us. He has a general home occupation, and in order for him to continue operating, he needs to come in front of this board and get his site plan approval from us, and this is where we put the conditions on.
I understand that, and I believe that when a person goes for an application like that, if the board, the zoning board, excuse me, believes that this should be an industrial zone business, then that's what it should be, and that's what I believe the zoning board told them. And I think there has to be a law that isn't this an industrial zone business? How is it allowed in a residential area? I agree, it's probably too late now, but I think there's a loophole here, and somehow this should be looked into, because anybody can, we all have 1 acre lots. You can put a building like that and start your own business in a residential area. I thought,
Jim,
that's,
are you pulling up the
Can I help explain?
zoning right now on
Mr. Chair, can
general
I help
home?
explain some of this? So, we don't know what he's asking for.
Jen, could you pull up the
So,
general home occupation?
A light
zoning?
industrial or industrial zoning building and in business would probably have more than 5 to 10 employees. So we don't know what he's asking for. What it sounds like he might be asking for is so he can be self-employed basically and work at his garage. We don't know that. We haven't even heard from him yet. So that's understanding the difference between a light industrial business and a guy who's self-employed in his garage trying to make a living. The Pelham allows people to have these small businesses at their house to help so they can make a living. Some people can't afford to get an industrial building. Some people don't want a business where there's 5 to 10 employees. And some people don't have access because it might not be for rent, or you might not have the space to rent that. There's multiple reasons, but we're just here to hear what he has to say and possibly set guidelines that you can help us set. That's kind of what we're here for.
I agree with you, Mr. Cody, but you got to understand that as a person living in a residential area, this business is not, it's a 25 by 40 foot building. My house is 22 by 44, almost the same thing. This is not a small building. I don't think it's a
But we're
small
not talking about the building, we're talking about the business.
Well, that's what the business is in that building.
I don't want to get in an argument, but you keep...
No, I don't either.
You keep referring to the building. We're talking about the business. The building might be impacting you, that's different, but we want to talk about the impact of the business. That's what we need to talk about. The building's there.
I'll read my conditions, but everybody knows what a machine shop is. I mean, at the Board of Adjustment meeting in October, Mr. Welch's lawyer, Attorney Dresser, said that they would be open to having a sunset clause. For those that may not know the definition of a sunset clause, per Google, it is a contract and a regulation that will automatically expire on a specific date. Mr. Dresser stated that Mr. Welch was looking to get a client base established and to get his business started. Mr. Welch also stated that he was hoping to look for property and then build. He also seemed to imply in 2 years' time. So that is what we would like to see set as a condition. 2 years, sunset clause. That's there. You can look it up in the minutes. It's from his lawyer. Other condition Mr. Dresser addressed was Mr. Welch was willing to forego a sign or a dumpster along with only one employee. So we would also like those conditions. As to hours, Mr. Dresser stated that it would be normal business hours, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So we would like that as a condition. That's the way, those conditions we would like to have set.
Yeah, I would like you to hear that this was October, at the October 17th meeting, I played a recording that was in September, and that's the first time I've ever recorded anything. And then this was October 20th, so the meeting was October 17th. This was October 20th, and this started about 1:30, and it continued to about 4. I don't know if you can hear it.
Something.
Is this not working?
That's grinding. That's what grinding, grinding well down wells.
And again,
It's not every day.
It's not every day. I think it's only this loud. We can hear, this was from inside my house. It's only this loud when he's either sanding or grinding, and it doesn't happen all the time. It honestly doesn't. I mean, I think I've got maybe 4 or 5, 2 or 3, 4 recordings in here. I think as a condition, if he truly intends for his location to be temporary, and he truly intends to, when he is established, to move his business to another location, then I would not ask for any more sound equipment to have to go in there. It wouldn't be right for him to be spending more money to put sound stuff in there. My biggest fear, though, is if he really starts to get busy and he starts doing this sanding and grinding every single day. But right now, that doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. I mean, it was stated in the zoning board meeting that it was they kept saying it was a silent business. Nobody would even know he's in there. Well, it's not silent all the time, but it's not noisy like this all the time either.
And like you say, he hasn't really established his business yet, so we don't know what's going to come down the road. We would like to have the sunset clause. I don't know if that can be done. They agreed to that, and they seemed to imply 2 years, that he would look for another property and build, and he was just trying to get his clientele established, and and get the business started. That we're all for that. 2 years would be fine with us. And like what my wife said, we don't want him to spend any more money on this. This will live with the 2 years if he's willing to do what he said he would do, what his lawyer said he would do.
I'd like to hear from the applicant again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a chance to come back up again if
Are there anybody else that wants to speak on this case? You do, Jim? Okay.
So,
This is a first for us.
yeah, I know, I usually won't come up, but I heard the abutter say that, mixed-use district.
What's your name?
And they don't have Jim Greenwood, 7 Woodbury Ave. I heard him say that there's no machine shops in the mixed-use area. There's one right next to my house, 90 feet from my house. Trucks go in and out of there all the time, dropping metal off. I can hear noises, employees. It's been there before the mixed use. It was approved before they even made the mixed use district. You know, the old carnival lot next to my house? Big machine shop.
I have no idea where your house is.
Woodbury Ave.
So it
Next to the
predated that
VFW.
zoning?
They got a variance at one point to put that in, and it was allowed because you had the beauty shop and you had other businesses in the town center. There's also a machine shop on Atwood Road, right off Atwood Road, Pelham Machine. House is right next to it. It's been there for many, many, many years. So I just want to make sure we understand that there are machine shops in Pelham in residential areas. So, my comment.
Okay.
There's a machine shop on Corbin Avenue, there's a machine shop on Old Lawrence Road, which has got a new name now. But they operate inside the building, and no noise comes out of the building, so.
Was that no noise comes out of the building? Right,
No,
but isn't
they're
this a
machine-
metal building, though? Can you come forward? Is that just a metal building that has no insulation, or what? What is
It is a metal building, but it is insulated. I have plywood on the interior walls with blown-in insulation between the exterior walls and the interior plywood wall. In addition to, there was like a bubble wrap vapor barrier insulation that the building company put up between the frame and the outside sheathing.
We do have limits on a business on how much noise it can make in a general home occupation, and fumes, things of that nature.
So, condition number 7, any use that may be objectionable, noxious, or injurious by reason of the production of emissions of odor, dust, smoke.
Speaking to the mic, Jim?
I'm reading condition number 7 under general home occupations. If anybody wants to tune into it, it's 30776.
I just read it myself. But go ahead, read it into the record.
What?
I just read it, Jen gave it to me, and then just passed it on to Kevin. So go ahead and read it.
So condition 7, any use that may be objectionable, noxious, or injurious by reason of the production of emission of odor, dust, smoke, refuse matter, fumes, noise, vibration.
That was good up to a point. Heat or excessive illumination is prohibited.
Kevin, can you finish reading that?
This will
for us?
pass.
Jim, Kevin's going to finish reading that
I was
for
there
you.
like
So-
a half hour ago.
Yeah, somebody else is going
It's
to take it
dry.
over. Something's going on.
Kevin has it in front of him. Go ahead, Kevin, read
I
that.
got you, buddy. I'll just start over. I'll take it from
something's
the
happening.
top.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Any use that may be objectionable, noxious, or injurious by reason of the production of emission of odor, dust, smoke, refuse matter, fumes, noise, vibration, heat, or excessive illumination is prohibited. In addition, the use, storage, or disposal of hazardous materials, chemicals, byproducts, medical waste, or similar items considered dangerous to health and safety shall not be permitted without full local and state regulatory approval.
So what I wanted to ask, now I can talk,
Is that noise that we heard, is that before or after the sound suppression that you put in?
That would be after. So there is occasions where, so I do think that was actually a carbide grinding burr on a stainless drum, so it just sort of echoes and amplifies. That was a one-off job. I had like 3 of those to do, but the primary work would be done with a regular grinder, not a carbide grinder, and it wouldn't produce that level of noise. So I did go to the code enforcement officer and pull his report on my property, and there are a few complaints made from the Taplins. And as of 11:09, there hasn't been any complaints for noise, and I've been working every day in there, just like normal, cutting, grinding, drilling, machining. As far as the clarification between fabrication and machining, I would say that they are the same. Fabrication is just a broader term that encompasses welding with it. So that's why I just refer to the business as a fabrication shop versus calling it a machine shop, because I do both. I do welding and machining, so.
That 6-foot vinyl fence that you have, is that a solid vinyl fence?
It is.
It's not, you can't see through?
Nope.
Which side are the green plants on? Your side or the other
The
side?
arborvitaes are on my side.
Those are great acoustical barriers when they get taller, but they're not tall right now, right?
They're not growing fast enough, no.
Your abutter mentioned something about sunset of several years. Was that something?
Yeah, if this board wanted to restrict me and say that I can have the home occupation for 2 years and then I gotta pack up the business and move, I'm completely, I accept that. I'm okay with that restriction on me if that's what it takes for me to, get this approval and be able to operate my business and get it going. I think the 2 years would be all I would need before, to tell you the truth, I'm pretty much outgrowing the location already as far as size-wise. So within 2 years, I will have certainly outgrown my space and need to have moved on to something else.
What are your normal hours of operation right now?
I would say 8 to 5.
Is that 7 days a week, 5 days, 6 days?
Monday to Friday. If I'm out there on a Saturday, I'm working on my truck or something like that.
Working on your own stuff?
Yeah. But as far as business-related items, I keep those to 8 to 5, Monday to Friday.
Do you have deliveries coming at all?
The majority of the deliveries do come through UPS, FedEx, the post office, Amazon, whatever. There have been a few tractor trailers. One was a personal delivery. It was a transmission for my truck. One was for the business. I've since, contacted the people that I buy stuff from to say, if it's going to come on a pallet and needs to come on a truck, hold it at the center and I'll come get it, to avoid the tractor trailers coming to the neighborhood. I can't control how things are shipped to me, so I don't always know that it's coming on a tractor trailer.
I mean, in general, hours, they're usually coming between 8 and 5 deliveries?
Yeah, it would be regular delivery hours. And as far as like steel and materials, I go and pick that up in my truck, because we have Yard Metals right here in Pelham. I deal with Lowell Iron and Steel a lot, and I just drive right down and visit those guys. So that's all done in my personal or the business vehicle. I don't have the steel suppliers bring the big flatbed to the neighborhood.
Bruce?
Yeah, on the sunset clause, does this mean that if you sell the property, there's not another business that's going to come in here? If anybody wanted to do something else in this garage, say you sold the property, I'm just using that for a scenario.
Even if there were no sunset clause, it doesn't go with the property?
It doesn't go with the property.
Correct, yeah, the special exception
doesn't
expires
say-
with me
Okay.
regardless.
Okay.
How many employees do you currently have?
Just myself.
Any, I know you're talking about possibly growing.
Yep.
What kind of restrictions would you be expecting from us in regards to employees?
I think the general home occupation clause of the zoning ordinance says I can have up to 2 for a general. I don't expect that, but if I was limited to 2, that would be okay.
Okay. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak on this, or would that, you'd like to re-speak? Come forward, give you a couple more minutes. Is anybody else out there going to speak on this? No. Okay. You can limit it, Joe, a couple of minutes so we can make our
Paul
decisions
Kaplan
here.
again. If he's willing to do a sunset clause, we are thrilled at that, at 2 years, and that's fine with us. I wish him well. If that's what it is, we do not want more any soundproofing. We don't want him to spend that money if he's going to be out of there in 2 years. But we would like the clause of it's hours, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. No sign, which he agreed to, and no dumpster, which he agreed to.
I agree to all that.
Sunset clause is the main thing. 2 years, that's fine with us. We can live with that.
All right.
We wish him well.
Kevin?
The thing with the sunset clause, What if your plans changed? What if we put in that after 2 years, that he would have to come back in? He'd have to come back in anyway, right? If the sunset clause, would he have to go back to the zoning board?
I don't think he'd have to go back to the zoning board, he'd just have to come back here after
Back
2
here?
years.
So either way, he'd have to come back here if he wanted to stay. All right.
Good, yeah. Board members have any questions about that?
I think that's, if the applicant and Mr. Toplin is congenial with that condition, and also condition number 7, that the noise be kept. Actually, if you could contain the noise entirely, I think that'd be the best. That's what I envision with a machine shop. Machine shops don't transmit any noise to abutters' properties. And I know the property is clear right now, and there's no acoustical buffer other than that fence that you built. I'm not sure how that's working. Not sure when that recording was taken, whether it was, you said it was after the acoustical.
This was before the fence was put up.
Yeah, before the fence, but after I put the
because-
insulation in the walls.
Because that, regardless to what the business is and where it is, in whatever district it is, I mean, any noise or fume that comes from any business, anywhere, even in the industrial district, is not something that we let continue to happen. I think Jen would back me up on that. You can't be ungodly, not loud to your neighbors. It has to be something we can all live with. We live with planes, we live with,
We
traffic.
understand that he's allowed to make some noise. It's just that, you know.
We need that compatibility
All right,
in
so
the
let's, I think
neighborhood. So I'm okay with it
I think
from
we
that
got it down
perspective.
to what we're going to do then. Hours of operation, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Get 2 years starting in January.
Okay.
And then you can revisit it at that point if you need a little bit more time.
Okay.
And you're,
No dumpster and no sign, which he agreed to. He doesn't want to do that anyway. He said.
have those conditions, right? Right? Somebody want to make a motion,
I'll make a motion that we approve that.
subject to those conditions we
Yes.
just...
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Should also be aye, opposed, abstained. 7-0 vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your time, everybody. I know this is late, so I wanted to get out of your hair as quick
Merry
as I could.
Christmas, right?
Yes.
Happy
I know,
holidays.
Week before Christmas.
And
Have a nice holiday, everyone.
thank you. Mr. Maynard, we're going to take you a little out of order. We're going to take your last item first.
I appreciate that.
That would be Lisa and Sean Poltar. It's PL 2022-00039. And do we have an abutters list, Danielle, for?
Oh, you threw me off on that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
sorry.
think there is an abutters list with this. It's an
don't think there is
administrative
one.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, no abutters list on that?
No.
Right.
All right. Okay, so Joe, what do we have going here?
All right, this piece of property is down on
For the
Little
record, you
Island.
should probably tell us who you are.
Oh, sorry about that. Good evening, my name's Joe Maynard, I'm with Benchmark LLC. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Poltar in the application for her to be allowed to build on a private road under RSA 67441. This piece of land, it's down off of Little Island Park. It's not within 250 feet of the pond itself, but this is land that has been owned by her family. Her brother owns one of the lots directly in front of this, who gave her the easement to get to her property. Another sibling lives at the end of the road. So, as part of the zoning application, it was recently granted a variance to be able to allow construction of a new single-family house on this property with access over a driveway easement through a piece of land owned by her brother out to Little Island Park. Under 67441, the process for obtaining permission to do this is, the first part was the zoning application, which we've achieved. The next part is to speak to the planning board to get their comments, so to say, for the Board of Selectmen so that they can review and hopefully be able to issue her an approval for a building permit. My experience with 67441 is primarily, over the years, it kind of comes up every 10 years or so. It deals with lots that are on private roads. Primarily, a lot of what I feel comes into play with these is things such as, is there room to contractors to park while the house is being built? Is there room to stockpile materials, get cement trucks in and out? Those kind of things are primarily what we look at. In this case, it's pretty clear. My client's brother owns a lot directly in front of this. There's room for them to be able to park vehicles on either of her siblings' properties while the construction is taking place. I did run this by police and fire. They didn't seem like there were any issues with this area. I think Honor Roll Road, which is the primary town road that comes into this area, is town-owned, but Little Island Park is a private situation. So we're here before you just to get your input, so that you can hopefully pass along that information to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, thank you. Board members, we had one not even remotely similar to this not too long ago that was down on the pond, probably a little less than half the size of this show. We had one that came in an area that was completely saturated with water and poor septic systems, and we recommended to deny the building permit to the selectmen.
Yeah.
This is way away from the pond, up in that elevated area. Very different from what I'm seeing. I'm making this comment because I'm seeing a vast difference. It's twice the size, and it's not in an area that's, I mean, literally, we had one that was just septic systems all over the place, and they were coming out of the ground,
Yeah.
not too far from it. I don't see any problems with this other than when I look at the plan, one thing that I see that's really odd, Joe, is it says a replacement septic plan.
So the town of Pelham's Article K rules say on new construction, I'm supposed to show a reserve area or a replacement septic area on my designs. It doesn't turn up a lot on redevelopment or lots that might have already been developed that have a septic system associated with it, but on a new construction, which is this case, when it went through the review through Giff Coburn, who works for K&A, or reviews my septic plans, Giff got back to me and said, you need to put a reserve area. So we put the reserve or replacement area on the plan. The site does have a state-approved septic system associated with it.
What is Wheaton Drive? It says land off Wheaton Drive.
So the funny part is, when you look at the tax cards, it actually it actually says this is land off of Wheaton.
Oh.
So what happened is, these are the old coffee lots that went all the way up the hill. The town acquired a large group of those lots that are uphill of this, and they actually front up on Wheaton Drive, those lots. So when you look at the tax card, it actually, the description is land off Wheaton, even though you can't get there from here kind of thing, you gotta go from Little Island Park to get to this side, so.
That's what threw me off, was I'm looking at it, it's like a Wheaton Drive. I don't see it on the locus map.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and I just did that because that's what the tax card reference was. I said if I call it Little Island Park, people are going to say, well, where is it on Little Island Park? But the tax card description is specific to land off Wheaton, so.
Do board member have any question? Kevin?
Just in regards to the driveway, is that a shared driveway?
No, so that's, so the story is this, is that if you look at the north side of this property, there's an old right-of-way that goes up that side. So Ms. Poltar actually had the rights to come in that paper road that existed at the top of this property. As you can see, the siblings' property, what happened was when that road got discontinued, her brother owns the lot in front of this, actually got half of that lot, but she was able to retain her right of access across that area. But it would put it very close proximity to where their house is. So Ms. Poltar's sibling, said if you can put it on the other side of the home, it'll serve a couple of things. One is it'll be further from their home. The second thing it does is it gives them the ability to have a garage under associated with the new home instead of an attached type of situation, which would have been a bigger footprint. So there's an easement for that driveway. It hasn't been recorded yet, but it's been written, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I was noticing too, Joe, was the way you have it laid out, it puts the building away from all the property lines. It's like meeting the setbacks,
Yeah, we meet all the setbacks for the structure. We just don't meet
Yeah.
lot size and frontage.
which is pretty rare for us to see on the small lots. Hal?
What's the lot size?
It is about a quarter of an acre. It's 12,784 square feet.
Thank you.
It's relatively flat, right?
There is slope, but the slope goes from the left side of the lot up across. So the building footprint itself, it's an ideal situation. So the left side of the house is a walkout or garage under. The right side, it's a couple feet below the ground on that end. So it's a perfect situation for a walkout or attached garage under, I'm sorry, so.
Any other questions or concerns from board members? I know we didn't notify abutters, but does any member of the public want to speak on this plan while we have it out? I'll open it to the public. Come on up.
We don't have, we're not accepting this, it's not a consideration thing, right? It's just a recommendation, right?
Yeah.
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 We can't really change up the plan. That's why it's we either got to recommend yes or no to the selectmen.
Hi, Mark Poltar, 17 Little Island Park.
Mhm.
I'm the brother that lives up the street.
Okay.
It's actually right across the street. My family owns the land up there since the 30s. Our family's been up there, longtime resident of Pelham all my life. And my sister wants to be also a resident, so she wants to build her house. And I hope this board will allow that. She is nowhere near the lake. She's nowhere near any wetlands. The land itself is way larger than any of the lots that are in that area, in that coffee lots. I think she owns like 6 lots down there, compared to some of the people up there only own 2. And they build these big homes on 2 lots.
Yep.
So I think that she has enough land to do it, and she's not anywhere near the lake. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the last meeting, Joe, when you came in, we had some suggested zoning changes. This is one of the reasons why, because we can only either recommend that the selectmen issue the building permit or not. So if we see something we know is wrong, we got to recommend that the selectmen don't issue the building permit. Because we can't really make suggestions to you here on this, because it's not a plan that we've accepted for consideration and have that ability to do. So, guess we're ready to get a motion from board members to the selectmen. And that would be either to recommend they issue a building permit or not recommend the issue of a building permit.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a recommendation that the planning board ask the selectmen to approve we recommend that the selectmen approve a building permit for this lot. Issue a building permit for this lot.
Recommending that the selectmen issue a
And
building.
I'm saying that as a Board of Adjustment member who looked at this case very, very carefully and realized that there was some merit to this case, and it would be fair and right for this building permit to be issued.
As a board member, I scrutinized this. I grabbed my magnifying glasses and I put them on and I looked at all the little nooks and crannies of your plan, Joe. I couldn't find any problems with it, but I was looking. Do we have a motion on the floor? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That would be a 7-0-0 vote. Your recommendation to the selectmen, you will take it for us?
You got it.
Okay, thank you. We have item 7 here is PL 2022-00040, Lisa Corbin, 655 Bridge Street, and Patrick and Kim Gendron, seeking approval of a lot line adjustment.
So, good evening, Joe Maynard, Benchmark LLC. I know it's a late hour tonight.
We get an abutters list?
Yeah,
Oh,
would you like
sorry.
to read the abutters list?
Yep.
Thanks, Joe. All right, so we have, obviously, Patrick and Kim Gendron, Andrew, 579 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire, Andrew and Maureen Chester, 6 Inwood Road, Pelham, New Hampshire, Brookwood Realty Group LLC, P.O. Box 725, Pelham, New Hampshire, Joe Luna and Mildred Pagan, 6 Heatherly Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire, the Slattery Family Trust of 2020, 172 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire, Town of Pelham, 6 Village Green, Pelham, New Hampshire, Nelson Betancourt, 227 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire, PV Limited Partnership, 247 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire, Amanda Wells and Michael Evans, P.O. Box 460, Pelham, New Hampshire, Leanne and Michael McFarland, 259 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire, Brookwood Realty Group LLC, P.O. Box 725, Pelham, New Hampshire, Susan, Hurley, and Philip Giacopo, 2 Rita Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire, Michelle and Timothy Stabel, 2 Linder Avenue, Pelham, New Hampshire, Gregory Stockman and Melissa Boole, 1 Linder Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire, Lisa Corbin, 655 Bridge Street, Pelham, New Hampshire, New England Power Company, Property Tax Department, 40 Sullivan Road, Waltham, Massachusetts, Benchmark LLC, 1F Commons Drive, Suite 35, Londonderry, New Hampshire, and Attorney Chris Drescher? Yep. Correct? Okay. 722 Chestnut Street, Manchester, New Hampshire. And then I have one more highlighted. Excuse me, it's dry in here tonight, I'll tell you. Girl Scouts of Eastern Mass, 265 Beaver Street, Waltham, Massachusetts. That is it.
Thank you. All right, Joe.
All right, so there's actually 2 parts to this. So the first part that you just read in deals with the lot line adjustment with the abutter and the subdivision of the property known as 579 Bridge Street. The second application is the site plan that we're talking about, and my take is, because of the lateness of this hour, my whole prime objective of tonight, coming with the site plan portion of this, was that it would go out to Mr. Keach for review, and I'd ask for a continuance to sometime in February so that we could get anything from Mr. Keach, so that we can have a healthy discussion about the plan and how we're developing that piece of property. The subdivision itself, I'm not looking for that to be approved until such time that the site plan is anyways. So I can go into this a little bit if you'd like, or again, my whole intention tonight was really just to be able to get the site plan portion of this sent out to Mr. Keach. So,
Kevin, want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept this for consideration.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to accept this for consideration. Second?
Discussion?
What?
Can I just ask a quick question? Are we working on Ms. Corbin's lot line change? Or are we working on
We're,
the next item?
right now, we just read the abutters list for this.
Correct.
We're accepting this one for consideration. And then if we do that, then I'm potentially going to move on to potentially get to the next one.
Oh, got it,
So
okay.
that can maybe be,
Yeah.
That abutters list covers both
It's
plans.
the same.
Okay.
Oh, no, I assume that. So right now, we're on item 7, correct?
we are on item
Right?
7, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to accept the lot line adjustment for consideration. Do we have a second?
Bueller.
Huh?
Second.
It's getting late.
Is this on?
So,
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor to accept this for consideration. All those in favor?
Do we need someone appointed to vote?
I already did. I appointed John for the remainder of the night.
Awesome.
So he is still voting.
Congratulations.
I'm assuming you knew that, John, when I told you that earlier? All right. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 I'm also aye, opposed, abstained. All right, that's a 7-0-0 vote. So this has been accepted for consideration. Now we can go on, would you like to read that abutters list all over again? We'll go on to case PL 2022-0041.
Yeah.
Jen, legally, do we need to read it?
We do not.
If
No.
it's a second
You can
to
waive
same
the right.
abutters list.
Yeah, no, as long as it made it clear that that's for both cases, she doesn't have to read it again.
This is the same abutters list?
Correct.
All right. All right, so we have this plan, can't do anything with it unless we accept it for consideration. We never did that before because it was always conceptual. Now we have one that's a plan, right? This is no longer conceptual,
Correct.
It's a plan.
so this could be accepted for consideration.
I'll make that motion to accept the consideration.
We have a motion on the floor, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, all right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Do we have opposed? Abstain? All right. 7-0-0 vote, so the plans are accepted for consideration. You are right, it is.
Well, that's why I figured I'd just start right out and say, my intent is as long as you can let the site plan go off to Mr. Keach for review, I'll accept the date sometime in February to come back, and we can hash out all these details at that meeting.
I want to open it to the public. Any members of the public wish to speak on either of these plans that have just been accepted for consideration? Hearing no response, I close it to the public, bring it back to the board. What would the board like to do? You want to?
Send it to Keach.
Huh?
Send it to Keach.
Send it to Keach. I have a send it to Keach. What else do we have? Anybody else?
Are we discussing the plan? Are we just we just accepted for consideration? Or are we discussing the Lisa Corbin item? I'm trying to figure out what direction we're going in here
So
because...
even the Ms.
Right now we
Corbin
have-
portion, so let me just be brief real quick for you. So the first plan that we're talking about, the subdivision, right? It involves taking the 44-acre tract, subdividing off Mr. Gendron's home on 14 acres, and subdividing the remaining 30.62 acres for the apartment building plan. As part of the apartment building plan, when we were at Conservation, they asked us to work with the neighbor to try and avoid a dredge and fill impact. Mr. Renaud was able to get a PNS to acquire 1,000 square feet of Ms. Corbin's lot so that we could slide our driveway or our access driveway 75 feet east and avoid 100% of the wetland impact that would have been required if we weren't able to acquire that piece of land. But everything is kind of contingent upon the site plan. So the subdivision, even if you were to approve it tonight, I'm not going to act on this until such time that we get through the site plan. So I'd ask both plans could be continued to February, would be my take, so that Mr. Keach has time to properly review.
Okay. Well, the board wants to act on anything. I got a question. I know I jotted something down. My brain was frozen a few minutes ago, though. Joe, we have a conservation letter, and we have...
There's a couple of letters.
Yale letters. One of them says it's 50 feet tangent length.
So we have a
100's
waiver
required,
request in.
But then another one says 22 feet.
Yeah, so the
One's right.
original application was 50 feet, but I had misinterpreted how the zoning wrote the tangent length. So when we were at our last conceptual, I went over that. It's measured from the edge of the right-of-way, and since it's a large width right-of-way out there, my tangent, I was originally counting from the edge of pavement, but it's actually from the edge of right-of-way. So therefore, instead of asking, I think it's a 100-foot tangent length that's in your regulation, but they start it at the edge of the right-of-way. So that's a waiver request, and it's part of the site plan application.
So even though it's technically a 22-foot
Tangent.
when you started at the edge of the pavement, because you can't just have dirt and then your pavement.
There's almost 40 feet from the edge of the right-of-way to the edge of pavement itself, and then the pavement itself's about 36, I think, feet wide, so.
That's for the conservation. Well, that's to stay out of the...
That's, yeah, and the whole intent of the waiver request is, even with the purchasing of the 1,000 square feet from the abutter, if I was to hold a 100-foot tangent, it would still push my road into the wetland area. So the whole purpose of the waiver for that is to avoid a wetland impact. I think Mr. Keach will have something to say about it. I'm not sure what yet, but I'm sure he'll offer commentary on that when he does a response letter.
I've got a question.
So approximately how far into the wetland would it push if you were to go straight?
It would push me about 35 feet into the wetlands.
Into the actual wetland itself?
Into the wetland itself. So the original application, I was still asking for a waiver prior to Mr. Reno coming up with a purchase and sale from the abutter. The wetland impact where the road was originally was about 6,000 square feet of actual wetland filling, as we would have to fill the actual wetland for that. With the ability to purchase that 1,000 square feet from the neighbor, it slides our road about 75 feet east of where it was originally proposed, and with that waiver, it avoids all wetland impacts. So even with the grading, the drainage associated, so there is no actual filling of wetlands proposed with this plan. There's a WCD special permit request, but there's no actual wetland filling.
So one way or the other, you'd still need a special permit.
Yep.
And it'd just be a matter of whether or not you gotta pay the state for wetlands impacts.
Well, the way the state works is if it's under 10,000 square feet, there's no fee associated with filling of a wetland. When you go over 10,000 square feet of wetland impact, then you pay into the ARM fund. So that impact in itself was 6,000 square feet. It wouldn't have had a trigger, so to say, for the ARM fund payment as part of it, so.
It would just trigger our conservation commission.
No matter what, I'm in the CO buffer, no matter how I slice and dice it, so.
Lesser of two evils, we figured.
Yeah. So.
Danielle, what was your?
I just had a couple questions in reference to your letter, Joe. When you state the lot is approximately 44 acres in size, right?
So,
Right?
yes, the parent parcel that Mr. Gendron owns now is about 44 acres in size.
Correct. Okay, so the existing home will remain on the 14-acre lot, correct?
Correct.
The remaining 3.59, well, it should be 30, not 44 for 14 is 30, so it's
Yeah.
30 acres, right?
It's 30.6, I think, is what it
Okay,
is.
acres is to be used for a 65-unit market rate apartment, correct?
Correct.
So you're utilizing 30.59 as your full calculation on that,
I am.
correct? All right, so what I'm trying to figure, when I look at the plan, it looks like what's not disclosed in the letter is that out of the 30.06 now acres that you're utilizing for your calculations, you're actually putting the 65 market rate apartment building with 130 bedrooms on 5 acres, correct?
Well, the state of New Hampshire doesn't look at it that way. The state of New Hampshire says the 30 acres that I'm putting it on, they take the whole lot into their calculations for that. So we went through this at the last conceptual meeting, so.
Yeah, so they're 20, so the remainder acres would be what, 25.59 if you're basing off your numbers, right?
No, the remaining acreage
20
is 30.59 acres.
Well, no, 30.59, take away the 5 acres you're developing on, leaves you what, the 25 acres?
25 acres roughly.
Yeah, 25
Yeah.
acres in the
Yeah.
back, right? And you're
Well-
are you going to build on that property or no? You're
Well, I
not gonna do
can't,
anything
under
on
your
that property?
zoning it today, I
And
can't
he-
build on it.
He's used all the septic load capacity.
No, I've
That's
used the
kinda where I'm
density.
going, yeah.
I've used the density for the 65 units is how it's.
Well, it's not being
calculated.
built on, that's actually my notes
It-
right
it's
now.
not
It's
at
not
this
being
time.
built on, that's
Yep.
where I meant to go with that. So in reference to the permit section here on page 2, would anything over 5 acres have to require a New Hampshire DES subdivision approval?
So subdivision approval, if you're making platted house lots, that's where that comes into place. Since I'm not doing single-family residential or duplex type of thing, the 5-acre threshold doesn't come into place. If this was to be condominiumized in the future, it would need state of New Hampshire subdivision approval for the condominium conversion of the property. But under one ownership, it doesn't.
That's all I have. Thank you, Joe.
Anybody else have any input? Jim?
Joe, you talked about the special permit you're going to need. That's going to have to come from this board at some point in time for the limits of the WCD district.
Yep.
That recommendation came back from the Conservation Commission as a negative, not for this board not to recommend a special permit in that area. And I think we gave you some forewarning about that.
Yep.
I don't believe the Conservation Commission has, I've got their letters here, I'm trying to find them, but I just
Yep.
read them before the meeting. That was an earlier dated letter. I think there's a representative from the Conservation Commission here. I believe that's still my understanding is that they do not recommend the impact to the WCD district. With the construction of Charles Way, well, it can't be Charles Way now, because I read that thing from the fire department, too. They want you to name it something else. But you have the majority of this in the WCD district, and I don't know how, I don't want to waste, I'm not sure how the board would act, but I know that if the board were not to be in favor of granting a special permit on that would change things up a bit. Do you need to see anything on that, or should the board act on that? I guess that's a question I'd bring back to the board.
Yeah. So can I just make one comment about this? When we were at Conservation, we've been there 5 times now, between a site walk and actual visits to the board. The one hang-up that the commission seems to still have is they want us to put the backland in a permanent conservation easement, okay?
Well, I think, I know, well, I'm going to let you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so when we were there just the other day, there was still some concerns about our drainage, there was concern about our septic systems. And so the way it was kind of left, they said we could come back once we have those permits, but I can't get those permits until I move forward with at least Mr. Keach's review, because I don't know if Mr. Keach is going to have any issues with the drainage design or not that may change things, and we need to get an alteration of terrain permit. So there's a lot of things kind of hanging here that I need to worry about being able to really move forward on the overall, and a lot of it hinges upon Mr. Keach's review.
Yes, it's obvious that Mr. Keach is going to notice that that's going to require a special permit, and he's going to include that in his report. But okay, so I get where I get that. So now it brings me to the question of your contention that using, I think Member Quinn talked about it briefly. The entire parcel gives you a loading calculation, and I get that, and that makes sense. You've got non-hydric of a certain quantity and type of soil, but what you have also, I think, and it was brought up, I think I didn't watch the meetings, but the feedback I was getting, the Conservation Commission or people asked about the wetlands that separate the two non-hydric uplands, that wetland between it breaks the continuity between those two areas, and therefore it seems reasonable to assume that the loading on one side can't be the total of the loading on both sides, because the poorly drained and the very poorly drained soils can't be used in calculation for loading. So how do you address that?
So two things here. There's two things we're talking about. So first, DES will look at everything that I own for my loading calculation. They don't care that it's fragmented by a wetland. DES is...
Say that again?
So DES is site loading. When we do a site loading calculation to DES standards, they don't care that it's fragmented, meaning they don't care that there's an upland here, a wetland, and then an upland here. They take whatever land you have, and that's where they base their loading calculation on. Now, the second part of this is that DES, and again, the DES under the site loading calculations, they have poorly drained and very poorly drained, right? So Group 5 and Group 6 soils. Group 5 soils, they let you count some of the Group 5 soils. Well, they let you count all of the Group 5 soils towards a loading number, but it's got a very high soil factor associated with it. So the 2,000 gallons per day per acre rule that's on the books for what you determine for your site loading. So when you do that 2,000 gallons per day per acre, if you have 2 acres of poorly drained soil, that would give you 4,000 gallons, and you divide that by a soil factor of 3. So that soil factor of 3 goes into that, and that's what, 11, it's like 1,100 gallons. It's late, I'm sorry. So it's like 1,100 gallons per day would be associated if there was 2 acres of a Group 5 soil associated with it. When I do the loading calculation for this piece of property, we've done this a number of times on this lot, it allows up to 222 bedrooms. That's the count that DES would allow based upon the soils that are on this property. In this case, we're doing 165 bedrooms, so we're...
130.
Yeah, we're like almost
50%.
Yeah, almost 50% of what's allowed under DES standards. And your regulation is what governs that 65 two-bedroom units that we're doing. Your regulation's more restrictive than the state, so that's what the bedroom count for the building is based on.
Okay, we're certainly going to, we'll dig into that a little bit. So your loading is 19.5?
19.6, I thought it was.
19.6. So how do you account for the down gradient and nitrate separation chart that we have?
Right, so my plans represent all of the nitrate setbacks associated with the septic designs. In the plan set, we did the septic designs as part of the project. They're incorporated in the 35-sheet submission. So when we look at nitrate setbacks, if I was creating one giant leach field in the center of the property, the nitrate setbacks wouldn't be able to fit the septic system on this piece of land. So what the state has is that as long as you break your nitrates up into individual fields, which my personal opinion, doing septics in the state as long as I have, you're much better with smaller systems from a number of reasons. A, it allows me to dose them and give them a rest in between the pumping cycles. So there's 12 leach fields across this piece of property. Those 12 leach fields are broken into 2 separate septic systems. One of the systems does 32 units, the other system does 33 units. And it's a time dosing. So each one of these fields handles anywhere from 999 gallons to 3,000, I think is what they were sized for. So the nitrate setbacks that are associated with all those are shown on the plan, and they show that we meet the state of New Hampshire's nitrate setbacks associated with DES ENV WQ 1000. So now ultimately DES will have to approve that, but DES won't approve that until at least I'm through drainage design with AOT. So.
Okay, I had one more point. I'm going to wait for now, in case somebody else wanted to ask a question.
So I also want to point out too, so the septics that were done on this piece of property, they're all a pre-treatment measure. Everybody's probably very familiar, and I said it a few times here now. These are all aeration systems, so they're all the clean solution design. Ultimately, there's 6 tanks associated with each system. There's 2 3,500-gallon septic tanks, which handle the sludge component. Then there's 2 4,000-gallon biocon, which is the aeration chamber for the biological oxygen demand. And then there's 2 settling chambers that are associated, and those are both also 4,000-gallon tanks. So ultimately, a lot of the bacterial breakdown that's happening is happening within those tanks, and therefore the water that's leaving those and going to these actual individual fields is really clean water.
Okay, I just want to give you, fair warning that the Conservation Commission has a negative approval.
Understood.
Recommendation for the WCD impact, and that's going to weigh heavily, at least on my decision.
Yep. And
So
we-
you know that could come back.
Yep, and we had said, once we get through this, we'll go back. So,
Sorry?
we had told the commission when we left there last week, we will come back once we get through this next phase of stuff, so. I think the Conservation Commission did comment upon, Mr. Reno had the landscape architect do an extensive landscaping or replanting of the temporary impacts associated with his WCD impacts. So ultimately, the WCD impacts, when they first started, were over 30,000 square feet. We got them down to 26,000. 16,000 of that is a temporary impact that's being completely replanted. 10,000 of it is the actual driveway.
Yeah, it's just the section, Joe, in 30740 that says that streets, roads, and other access ways don't go in WCD district.
Correct.
So
Unless necessary in order.
That's in zoning, that's special permit. That's not something it's not minor in this case, it's a big portion of that access road. So I'm just making you, cognizant of that.
We are certainly aware. We've been, again, we've been to conservation
That's
5
there, and
times.
there's a lot of concentration in this lot. We talked about, we haven't got there yet, but we haven't talked about the detention pond and the snow and salts that you might push into that pond, and that spillover pipe that dumps into the wetlands. So these are things that are going to be big.
Yep.
Big issues.
So, just so you know also, so when we went to conservation originally, they asked the question about snow storage and that side of things. So I took that very seriously. I sat down with Nick in my office who does the drainage analysis, and we were able to make that detention pond 25% bigger than it needs to be. Primarily from the conservation's comment about if we're going to use the pond itself for snow storage, we wanted extra capacity in there, even though the rainfall events that we calculated on base do incorporate the snowfall, but because of a Conservation Commission comment, we made sure we upped the ante and made that pond larger than it needs to be. The pond also itself is, it's about 50,000 cubic feet, so it's over an acre of water storage over a foot. The other side of this is that detention pond is actually an infiltration pond. So in the smaller storms, a 2-year storm, nothing leaves that pond. It all totally infiltrates back into the ground. I want to also point out that all of our pre to post development scenarios for both 2-year, 10-year, 50-year storm events all have a net decrease in runoff from any of the drainage associated with this property. So, I listen, I take it very seriously, and I try to over-design where applicable. And a lot of that was done as part of the plan based upon a lot of the comments that came out of this from the conservation. I also think Mr. Reno had his landscape architect, and I told him up front, I'm very concerned about the buffer displacement. I wanted it replanted, and I think he came up with a really good plan for that.
And all of those things are good, and all of those things are well-intended. I'm just saying in my mind, there's a huge zoning concern here for the WCD district, the impact. It's not slight, it's major in my opinion. So that's all I have to say.
Listen, if I can comment too, there was one other, Jim, there was one other concern that you had at our last meeting, right? One of them was conservation, the other one was highway safety, again, which you stressed how, that obviously it could be a big hurdle. Again, we received unanimous support for both the site plan, the site layout, but also the building, the project for a town from the fire department, the police department, and the DPW. And again, right, I know conservation, the wetland buffer is big, but we had 2 big points when we last meeting, right? We showed you the design, everybody was happy with the type of project we're bringing to the town. 2 issues, conservation, highway safety, right? Highway safety, again, we couldn't have got more support from them. And again, conservation, we've been there 5 times. We've offered a ton, right? In our mind, for the 10,000 square foot permanent buffer impact, again, we're not treating it lightly, and I think we've gone above and beyond relative to other impacts of this style, offer to make it easier to swallow, I guess. And again, like Joe said at that last meeting, a lot of back and forth, the same thing about the septic loading. kind of banging your head against the wall at this point. So a few of the members did say, we'd love to see Keach's review, which I think will put a lot of minds at ease at this point.
Again, and I don't want to, you know where I'm coming.
No,
It's kind of obvious.
we understand where you're coming from, yes.
And I realize that for you to conform to zoning, to pull this back, to conform to our regulations, it changes the scope, it changes the size of your proposal. It doesn't stop it. So for you to have to be able to, for you to meet our zoning requirement and stay out of the WCD district with your access road, it changes what you have here, but you have all this non-hydric soil upland, and to me, I don't see this as the reason that's given in section B, where the proposed use of construction or alteration shall be constructed in such a way that will, you could find another way to do this. That I was reading from the wrong section. This could be done, and it could be kept within the zoning.
We were a little bit further out of the setback, but when we did our site walk with conservation, right, one of their big concerns was our neighbor buffer. We had the conversation saying when we purchased the land from her that we could come completely out of the wetland and again, have a buffer impact. They brought up the fact of could we get the building further away from our one abutter. We said we could, but we would be more in your northern, so what we'll call the back part of the building, right? We would encroach more into that buffer. I think on the original plan, we weren't even in it. I mean, quote unquote was, I'm not concerned about that, if you can get them a little bit further away. So that's what Joe and I did. So
Doesn't seem like you'd be able to meet the setback requirements if you tried to do that, because there is a requirement in Pelham for the
correct,
setback.
and we
The
did
height of the
meet that.
building versus the property line.
Yeah, and we met that.
And that's a minimum of 40 feet.
Correct, it's 80. Right?
Well, it's the height of the structure times two, but...
Or the minimum of 40.
Right. But the thing is, we actually had the building a lot closer to the abutter when we started this discussion with the site walk with conservation.
Were you out of the WCD at that time?
I was, a lot more of the road was out of it, but I had a larger wetland impact at that time, which pushed my road further into the wetland and created a larger WCD disturbance until Mr. Reno purchased or came up with the P&S to acquire that 1,000 square feet of that triangle from the abutter, and therefore it pulled a lot of that outside of it. But the backside of the building bill is right. We were out of the WWPD at that point at the rear portion of the property.
So I guess the big thing is, like I said, right, we're obviously trying to balance a lot of things. Right? We still stand by the fact that this project as a whole is good. But it's difficult when you come out of the wetland entirely and then push backwards kind of on their suggestion, and then to have that used against you, right? Again, it comes to a point of how can we appease everything when it's kind of going back and forth a little bit? There's no question we're going to have some WCD impact. There's no question about that.
Right. And again, we're fine with going back to conservation at some point once we know a little bit more about Mr. Keach's review, because a lot of the comments that came out of conservation were, well, what's the state going to say? What's Keach going to say? And so that's our big push right now, is we got to get all of these things on the table so that we all know where we stand. And the first step, in my opinion, is get this to Mr. Keach, get a review done, and come back to the board once we have some more answers from him more definitively about the design. So
I want to err on the side of caution. I think I did this, but I want to open this to the public and see if any members of the public want to speak. In case I didn't, I want to open it up now. Does anybody want to speak? Okay, come forward. So I want to make sure I don't accidentally close that door.
Good evening. Al Stewart, Conservation, 6 Vista Drive. I believe that the board has read the letters from Conservation. I think we were extremely clear as to what our concerns were in both the October letter and the December letter we just got in. The December letter reiterates what was said in the October letter. However, in addition to that, we reviewed the landscaping planting schedule type of plants, fertilizer, maintenance, irrigation, as well as snow in the detention pond. What has been said tonight is accurate. We have a great deal of concern about the septic loading, Mr. Keach's review, and at the time we had the meeting, we agreed 700 to the planting schedule. And if you look at the letter that we sent December 17th, at the end, we also reiterated about our rejection of the plan as a site plan, as a project on our letter of October 20th, 2022, and to make sure that our acceptance of the planting schedule in our last meeting was not misconstrued. We added those statements to the letter. As it stands right now, my concern is those things that are mentioned here, the impact that was defined in the October letter of the WCD, the impact to the abutter has certainly been addressed by the screening that's proposed, the density, the size of the trees, 3 to 4 inches in diameter, approximately 18 feet high, are all very acceptable to conservation. We had encouraged the applicant to do as he said here tonight, to get it reviewed before we go any further, to know the ground that we're on and how the project in total might be acceptable or not acceptable to the engineering staff that represents Pelham. Thank you.
That it?
Any questions?
Anybody have any questions for him?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stewart, did I reflect correctly, again, I didn't watch your meetings, I didn't attend your meetings, but did I accurately reflect that the Conservation Commission is still opposed to the WCD impact area along the access road?
Yes, we reiterated that in the December letter to refer you back to the October letter where we spelled it out. Not only was it the WCD impact, but those other things that were called out in the letter, which was the impact to the wetlands that was addressed, where the snow was going to be, and I could read the whole letter, but you depicted it quite well. And we're still concerned.
I wanted to make sure I was accurate, but we don't have anyone, this is our only communication we get through written correspondence or
correct,
actually showing up at your meeting, so I thank you very much for that, for coming here tonight.
I appreciate the opportunity to make sure that this goes forward on a well-founded basis.
And that's our job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Anybody, any other members of the public like to speak on this plan? Hearing no response, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. So we'll send this off to Steve, and you'll get together with them. We'll see you back in a couple of months or so. You'll
Yeah, can we just
notify us.
date specify at this point for sometime in middle, end of February?
Do you want to try to pick sometime in February, or do you want to?
Get my calendar out here, wait. I do book out for
I think
some
Danielle
reason.
has the card in her hand.
We have February 23rd, it's a Thursday.
Didn't you just continue the other guy to February 23rd?
No.
You did? I don't want to be on that night.
No, we
No,
didn't.
that was the 5th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So as long as I'm not on that
Happens
day.
to
Oh,
be
no,
a
you're good.
Thursday, but it's not that Thursday.
All right, so I'm fine with February 23rd.
It could be February 6th or February 23rd.
No,
but
give me
20
the 23rd, because I know Mr. Keach is going away in January, and so I know it'll be 30 days before I see something from him. So it'll give me a chance to see what he has for comments, discuss them, and then come to you and hash it out, so.
Okay. So the 23rd.
That'd be awesome.
All right, we'll see you then.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good holiday.
Thank you, too. Merry Christmas. So we now are going to move on to item 10, and then 11 after that. Administrative, Skyview Estates, Aspen Drive, Powderhorn Circle, Majestic Ave, request for bond release. We have a letter from Jeff Quirk indicating the outstanding items have been satisfactorily completed and all remaining bond money should be fully released. Original bond was $622,451.28, later reduced to $36,799.20, and requesting a full bond release of that amount. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about this bond release? If not, make a motion that we grant the bond request for bond release.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That would be a 6-0-0 vote. Shy one member at the moment. And then we have item 11, which is administrative. It's Wildwood Estates, KDS Properties, Wildwood Road off Katy Lane. Jeff Quirk's letter indicates that based on the amount of work that has been completed, we should reduce the bond by $70,207.50, leaving a balance of $12,103.75 to support the completion of the project.
Is this yours?
Current bond is $82,311.25. If we reduce it by $70,207.50, it would,
You got those?
we would retain $12,103.75. Does anybody have any questions about this bond reduction? Hearing no response, I would entertain a motion that we reduce that bond by the specified amount.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye.
And there's one more. This is the one more I passed out today. And again, I'm
Okay.
sorry, it's quick.
This is a 6-0-0, that one is good. So what do we got, Jen?
This is 9 Dick Tracy Drive. That was, I think his name was Peter Murphy. A commercial site. He did one building already and completed it, and then he's now starting his second building. So this one he has a bond up for $38,388 for the first building that went up. According to Jeff Quirk, that bond associated with Building 1 is completed, and they recommend releasing that in full. And with that, they're going to require an $18,295 bond to carry through the second building. So we're asking to release $38,388.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about that bond release? Entertain a motion to release that bond as well.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Will be a 6-0-0 vote as well. If Roger was here, we could get a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? We're adjourned.
Hey, this was